Good afternoon again, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to Liege. We're checking out the new simulations. Liege Airport scenery, recently released about a week ago now for Microsoft Flight Simulator. If you do find that it tickles your fancy throughout today and you want to purchase it, then you'll find the link to it. Purchase it via Contrail, and the link for it is in the description for today's live stream as well, so do check it out. It's an affiliate link, so it then also helps support the stream as well by buying what you were potentially going to buy anyway. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us today on what seems to be a very wet day in Belgium. Welcome to Badger, Rab, ProLinks, Living on a Player, good morning to you. Joey, Goofy, Night Shepherd, good evening. David A, good morning. All over the world. Hope you're all well. Cythera, good evening as well. Now we're on the VATSIM network again, and we're operating a TUI Fly Belgium route in the PMDG 737-800 for a journey across Europe to beautiful Rhodes. The new FSDG Rhodes scenery. I say new, it's new for me. I purchased it 3 days ago for today's live stream. We'll be flying in there for the first time. That looks quite nice as well. We're going to be having a little look around Liege over the next sort of 10-15 minutes as we sort of have a look, our first look at the scenery as well, actually, in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It looks like a little go-kart track there. What a weird place to have a go-kart track, though, if that is the case, especially with the approach lights. The approach lights there for the runway. Yeah, Rhodes weather is a lot better. We've got a lot of pea soup moving over the airfield here at the moment. Behind the skies, hello, asking what is the difference between Volanta and VATSIM. Volanta is a flight tracking tool. Custom fencing and stuff there. They don't look like they light up, but yeah. Volanta is basically like a logbook, an online logbook. It allows you to monitor your flight plans. It gives you a touchdown rating, other data and things like that you can sync into it. VATSIM, however, is the network which provides you with free air traffic control and all that sort of stuff. Gap in the fence here, actually. Which isn't picked up elsewhere. Let's have a little look here. Some custom buildings, as we saw at the beginning of the live stream as well. On the approach where we begun our live stream today, we had some cargo hangars dotted around, which are fairly nice to see on the approach. Gives it a little bit of life as we're zipping around over those into the airfield. And of course, as a FedEx departs, it's a huge cargo hub for Europe, the 5th or 6th busiest in the whole of Europe. And I think this is the 26th busiest cargo airport in the world, which is mega. ASL Airlines, formerly TNT, is based here. It's their global headquarters. So certainly for those cargo ops, there is a lot to do. Some hardened aircraft shelters as well. Suggests to me here we're on a military apron, and we can see the rain splashing away on the floor there because it is wet at the moment. We're running this on the RTX4090 Ultra graphics as we explore to really test the scenery's ability. G'day, Justin. Couple of little solar lights there as well, doing their bit for the environment. Actually, this bit kind of stretches on further than I realised. Down to this remote fueling area here with a load of tankers parked up. Again, here they are fairly bland looking buildings. This is a scenery that is £19 sterling with tax. So for 20 quid we expect quite a bit. I think it's fair to say, if we're being reasonable. Simulations, of course, did send me the copy for free for the purpose of this review today, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that we carry any bias or anything like that. Not really much to say about those buildings. They're fairly bland looking, aren't they? It's got a very small terminal building here. Primarily the airport is for cargo, but there are a couple of passenger services, charter services that are operated by TUI Fly Belgium, for example, in and out of the airfield, certainly throughout the summer. And Cytherea, yeah, we'll have a look in a moment. We're working all the way around basically to get to where we're supposed to be parking. What I might do is ditch the live weather for a moment. I love that. It's nippy apparently. There we are. We'll go for clouds. We'll see it in all its glory without any of the haziness to it. The tarmac looks great, doesn't it? Really nice textures on the lights and those signs that we just saw there. Look how clear that is. There is a GSX profile available for this on flightsim.to, which you can download as well. Big old warehouse. Ian, hello buddy. Taz Flyer, hello. Going from Hamilton to this is night and day. Georgie Transporte. Okay, well now we're starting to see some more detail, aren't we? Here we go. Everything up to now, bearing in mind we've only seen a couple of buildings, has been very bland looking. But these are actually really quite nice. Look at the detail on that. Approach and centre on line, very cool. The windows look just brown squares by the looks of it, which is odd, isn't it? Because they can do, as we will see in a moment, they can do glass, like in the passenger terminal, and then they've gone to the detail of adding these wonderful textures and everything to the doors. Yet then those windows have just been left. But again, the textures look really quite nice. Look at the brickwork here. Let me just turn the drone down a little bit. The brickwork actually does look quite good. The corrugated metal on the side there looks quite nice as well. And the reflections from the, what I assume are either glass roof lights or solar panels, look quite nice too. They look like solar panels to me. (13:09). So we've got 15 minutes to push back. Plenty of time. What I want to do is just wind the time forwards a bit. So look at those windows at night time. Okay, that's pretty poor, isn't it? I know you don't necessarily look up this side of the airport. That's pretty crap. The light textures there are not great. The rest of it though, if you look further on though, look at the complexity of the lighting over there. That looks really quite nice as well. 3 and a bit hours, Prolix. TMM Simulations have made various different sceneries like Dalaman. Dalaman's really nice actually. This needs a bit of work as well. There's I don't know what those lines are there. It looks like some texture issues. No, this is out now, Taz. It's available to purchase already on Contrail and various other web shops. No pre-release preview from myself with Simulations for this airport. Big old cargo warehouse again. Behind the skies, yeah, thank you. I've seen multiple times you'll be timed out if you keep spamming the same thing. We've got lots to get through at the start of today's live stream, so do bear in mind you need to be patient. Tazfly says maybe they've run out of time. You know what? They only release it when they say that it's ready. Effectively, the developers will send it across. Yeah, you are behind the skies. Albeit mild. So they would package it all up ready for a developer, say Contrail or Orbex or whoever else is reselling it on their behalf. They will package it all up, send it to them, and say, look, this is ready now. We'd like to sell it on your platform. So they have packaged it to get it all ready for release. They have released it. I know there was comment recently elsewhere where I think they said that they were going to be working on fixing a few things or improving a few things. They said elements of the airport aren't finished yet, but then why release it if you're saying yourself as the developer it's not 100% done? Can't get my head around that. That's looking good. What I'm getting sort of tired of with Microsoft Flight Simulator, with some of these scenery developers, is the kind of attitude of, oh, it's not all the way complete, but we'll release it anyway because that way we can make money from people. And I'm not a fan of that, to be fair. And I wouldn't like to see it become a common theme either, or a pattern. What have we got? Let's see. Zoom on over here. Another little bit of a cargo apron. We want to go on to GSX. While a bit of multitasking here. Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Thomas Cook. No. Avia partner. That'll do. Some of it looks really good though. Nice little custom flags. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? This kind of half of the airport looks half-baked, and the other half of it looks actually quite nice. Look at this, for example. Really nice. That is a very complex bit of texturing work there. Look at that. Wow. That's quite good. Oh, I was going to say the B word then. Alright, let's go back. Fat fingers. My goodness. Jeez. Apron textures look good. Where are we? We're all the way over here, aren't we? My god. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Sadly, behind the skies, it's becoming a bit of a theme, as we were talking about a moment ago. Developers are going, ooh, it's not really done yet, but let's just release it so we can make the good old word profit from the community. Simulations make really good things, but I'm a little bit disappointed by the other side of the airport, especially when the textures here look actually really quite good, don't they? Look.
Passengers boarding starting.
And that's a really nice warehousing area. So I don't understand why the south, what I assume is the south side of the airfield, hasn't been done yet. Because look at that. That's really nice. Maxi, that's Flow Pro by Parallel 4.2. What is that texture there? That's bust up, isn't it? That's broken. Misset textures. Big old car park there though. Nice to see they've added cars in as well, and the textures and the detailing of the car park look quite nice. There's the tower. See, there's the glass. Ooh, fat fingers. There you are. Look at that. Dan, hello. Justin saying AUC held off on Hamilton Island for 6 months beyond when they thought it would be ready because they wanted to make sure it was fully complete. Yeah, as somebody else has mentioned, Shut saying there, I don't think it's a problem if they're upfront about it. It's then your choice whether or not to purchase it. But again, like the windows. And yeah, that's a good spot actually. The trailers are all facing the wrong way. Their backs should be to the doors. And the front of the trailer should be there. So they need to be 180 degrees flipped the other way around. Yeah, as Nemsky's saying, all the trailers have been placed along the buildings the wrong way round. What do we got? Let's have a look. Getting towards the passenger terminal now. Very small passenger terminal. There's a heli centre. Big old helipad there as well. Even that's a little bit wishy-washy. Reflective textures on there though, which is nice. And some custom flags outside too. So yeah, it does look alright. You're not going to look massively up close on that building, are you? Let's face it. And then we've got the tiny little terminal area. Very small. Nicely made. And this is where we start to really see the decent level of detail that we come to expect from simulations. Look at that. We zip the time forwards. We don't want weather, we want time. Changes of the colour. And then night lighting. Look at that. Very, very nice. And yeah, the vehicles in the car park are very nicely well textured as well. They're really well detailed. Look at that. VATSIM, as they say in America. What do we got there? Mike Jerry, good afternoon. In through the departures area. Oops, that's the staircase. And we're into the terminal now. Again, quite nice. Peace, hello to you. That's great. Look at that. Rivals Big and Hill, interestingly enough. Wow. Didn't know that was even a route. And there's Rhodes, the route that we're copying today. Got the arrivals lounge there too. Actually, that's a point. Arrivals. So they look like the same flights that were on the departures board. Unless it said arrivals on that as well. Yeah, that says arrivals as well, interestingly. And yeah, super shiny floor. Look at those reflections. Oops. Look at that. Very snazzy. Really good textures inside. Where's the security point? We'll bust through the glass. Into the baggage hall. Looks like part of the baggage network at least. No rotating baggage system or anything, but this is a little bit empty looking, this little section here. Whether it's meant to look like that, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the airport, but there's nothing really going on in that little section. And then we go through to the departures lounge area. Passengers are well detailed. Everybody's on their phones. Except for this guy. He's plane spotting. And that is the terminal. That is it. What have they got in the vending machines? M&M's. Good choice. Right, let's dive out. We're on stand. We're boarding with passengers. Out of the door. With that custom GSX profile. Our first screenshot of the day is that one. JMac, it's Parallel 42's Flow Pro. Let's get live weather on as well, shall we? So time is live again. Happy days. Weather. Live weather. Now we're talking. Get that rain on. Letting it have a few minutes just to sort itself out. It does need that. Ah, bloody screenshots with the little pop-up at the top. I always get that wrong. Hello, Mikkel, welcome. Okay, so the drone camera then settings for our departure. We want those effectively set like so. And we're going to dive in and just get on with pre-flight now because we're behind schedule a little bit. The punters are boarding. Looks great though, doesn't it? From the outside as well. From the inside looking out rather. Looks really nice. Fuel pumps, hydraulics. Lights and signs set as required. Fasten seatbelt signs are on automatic and APU starts. And let's go through the data. We want to tune into Liege Approach 119.275. Be interesting to know what the other guys have said about this. I know other streamers have covered it, some with a preview, some post-release as well. But yeah, I'm very interested to know what the others have said in addition to this 119.275 that is set. So, Navigraph. This is our routing for today. It's about 3 hours 30 total flight time. So, out of Liege, we're going to push start facing south, taxi all the way down Alpha 2 to... actually, I'm not sure where we're going to taxi to here. Not familiar with the airport. I wonder if it'll be through Sierra with a backtrack down 04 left, hold at Charlie 0 for departures. Oh no, 04 right is what we're using, isn't it? So Sierra 2, then it might be a backtrack all the way down, turn, depart, and away. On the LNO1 Romeo departure, so 04 3 degrees to 4.1 DME from the Liege VOR 11545, which is what we've got tuned into nav 1. From there, turning left, heading westbound 281 degrees to 27 DME bub. Jesus. Thanks, Doc. Good shout. Thought almost for a moment there. I couldn't see what was happening because I'm on a different screen. Yeah, he's gone, Philip, don't worry. Cheers. We won't give him any more attention. Where were we? 27 DME, and then at the Flora VOR, we're going to be looking to intercept an outbound radial from that VOR of 171. It's the little leg here until we intercept the radial outbound 300 degrees towards Bremont. And then 0464 degrees to LNO. So a bit interesting. It's also going to be a steep departure as well.
Contact Brussels control frequency 131.1, bye.
There's a bit more of an overlay there as well, slightly different.
Okay, 1
But that's it for now. And then we'll look at the arrival into Rhodes in a couple of hours from now as well. We've got lots to get through, haven't we? Passengers look like this. Finished boarding, actually, to be honest.
Liege Airport, bonjour, quality 14 Tango with cabin information.
Yeah, because the thing's gone as well.
Copy 1 for Tango, Liege Approach, bonjour. You're clear to destination.
Let's check that.
Departure, runway 04.
Center tanks have got a lot of fuel in them, so we're going to turn them all on for now.
Get to destination, Orlando 10 mil departure, 04 right, initial valuable
Chocks off.
1000, quality 140.
We'll get our clearance.
1 for Tango, read correct. Start approved, report ready for push.
Liege traffic, Liege approach. Good afternoon. Beauty 365 on stand 64 Echo with Kilo, request clearance to Rhodes.
Beauty 365, Liege approach, good afternoon. Information, Kilo correct. Cleared to Rhodes via Alno 1 Romeo departure, runway 04 right. Liege climb altitude 5000 feet and squawk 7120.
Cleared Rhodes on the Alno 1 Romeo departure. 04 right, initial climb 5000 feet, squawk 7120, Beauty 365.
Beauty 365, read correct. Start up approved, report ready for push.
Start up approved, Wilco, Beauty 365. 7120. Set. 5000, 043. V speeds here. We're doing NADP 1 procedure today for our performance. So we're going to be doing takeoff 2, climb profile 2, flaps 5 for departure. The V2 speed is 152, but actually this particular departure that we're doing today, wrong button, there we go. We're going to accelerate from 1,500 feet AGL, engine off acceleration at 1,000, and thrust reduction at 3,000. We're also going to keep our flats, slats and flaps out too. Let's get rid of the music for now as well. Prepare for pushback and departure. Gav, hello, good evening, welcome. Ergy as well. Here she is. She gets around.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Love the accents you get on GSX. Yes, I'm interested to hear what you guys think then. What do you think of this scenery? Is it something that you want to purchase? Is it something you think is really, really nice? What other comments do you have? Let us know in the chat. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. They're just as important as mine as well, of course. Tiny little terminal. A couple of different options available to you as well to use, but mainly cargo ops. Certainly more useful when we get those bigger cargo aircraft and more various different cargo aircraft coming through to the sim in the future. Just in the price, £19. £19 plus, well, including VAT. Well, €21.84 ProLink says. So it's quite steep actually for a small airport, really.
Liege approach, Italian 885, ready for taxi.
RL Italian 885, taxi to Hoodshot, runway 04 right in the point
Anti-collision lights on.
Alpha to Knitch 1015.
James, no I haven't, because it's rubbish. It's certainly you can't take it on VATSIM either. That's all set. That's all set. Takeoff speeds are all set. Somebody asking about performance. Oh, there we go. JMac saying, do you use the performance calculator to calculate takeoff? If so, what do you use? I use VAS Airplane Toolbox. It's free to use on the X-Plane forums is where you'll find it actually. You can download it from there, install it to your computer, and then you can run it for various different aircraft. Beauty 365 stands 64 Echo, request pushback.
Beauty 365, push approved, facing to the west.
You need to start the engines to request ground
bollocks.
services.
Push approved, face west, Beauty 365. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Okay, I've got an idea. Nose right. That's a frustrating start, isn't it, with the GSX refusing to handle the pushback there.
All engines clear.
Okay, let's start again. Go for a hot start. Nemsky saying he'd like to see a Bournemouth. Throw the fuel back in again. I'd love to know what New Sky has seen on that. Wind shear detected, actually, mentioned on that log. Interesting. Bodo, hello. They're saying for the price and the quality we've seen from this developer and other developers, it needs to work before the price tag can be justified. I agree with that. It is a nice scenery for what it is, but I think they are charging too much for it, especially knowing down the bottom there, the textures, certainly the night textures of the windows and the other sides of these maintenance, cargo warehouse units is pretty messy. Not the level that I'd expect from simulations, to be honest. Philip, hello, welcome.
Please set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine. Start. You can disconnect.
Behind the Sky saying, I won't be purchasing it until it's complete. It just isn't up to my standards currently. The price is way too steep for him as well, considering the quality. So, fairly similar remarks, actually. Laps 5.
Unlocking gear.
Rope heat's on, windshield heat's all on and set, your damper's good, that's all good, that's gone back to automatic, fuel pump's all set. Lights and sign, hydraulics, pressurization panel, landing altitude in case we turn back is done. Yeah, I didn't realise Behind the Skies was the only person in the live chat. Come on. Nobody's ignoring anybody, that's quite an immature statement to make. Like Cythera has said, we're busy. We're dealing with lots of different things. Safety demonstrations playing in the background. And we're going to do some control surface checks as well, making sure all of our controls are sorted out nicely.
Quality 1 for Tango, set Cockmo Charlie, push approved, facing to the southwest.
That's 1 more Charlie, push approved, facing southwest, quality 1 for Tango.
A Beauty 365 request taxi.
365, taxi to hold short to runway 0 for right, only point Sierra 2 initially, V Alpha 3, hold short Sierra 3.
Taxi runway 05, Alpha 3, hold short Sierra 3, the Beauty 365. Get rid of QATL for now as well, we don't need that. Ashton, welcome buddy, joining us as a bronze frequent flyer, appreciate it. Thanks for the support. James saying he's purchased Pyre Devco's Edinburgh scenery off the store. It looks outstanding. Yeah, Pyre Devco, Ukrainian-based developer. Really nice scenery creator.
Copy 1.1 Balai, Air Italian 985.
They make a really nice Glasgow too.
Actually, enter runway 0 vooruit via Sierra 3, backtrack approved, and line up with runway 0 vooruit.
You can find a life jacket either under your seat, beneath your center armrest.
What is that? That's a GSX pushback.
Pass the straps around your waist and tie it in a double bow. The life jacket will inflate when full stop.
Beauty 365, Liege approach.
For more
Go ahead, Beauty 365.
Beauty 365, enter runway via Sierra 3, backtrack is approved, and line up with runway 0 vooruit.
information until you're outside the aeroplane before
Enter Sierra 305, backtrack 05, Beauty 365. There's too many fives, it's confusing me. Okay, down here, we'll pop that onto TARA for now. Traffic mode active. We'll bring the range ring in as well so we can see what we're doing. NAV, VNAV's armed, auto thrust armed, courses are set for the two VORs that we're tracking. And the APU can come off as well. Ground textures are really nice, big concrete slabs. Oh. There we go. Andrew, appreciate it. I think I saw a comment earlier on that you mentioned as well that you're back from some sort of surgery as well. I hope that all went well. Dan, yeah, usually they're on the charts, but you might have to kind of dig around for them. Performance here is very good. Running at 62 frames per second, which is the maximum capped for the sim. Perfect timing on the safety demonstration as well. POS light strobe steady. We'll do crew all call. And runway turn off lights on. It's a bit of a poopy day, so I'll put the landing lights on as well, just to light the plane up in case anybody's on the approach. And the ignition, engine 1 needs to be continuous. Slap on the wrist for me. Mark Taylor, good afternoon. So flat 5 green, RTO for the auto brake. We're going to go fuel flow reset rate. Make sure that bottom screen there is closed. Master caution test. And we're going to backtrack all the way down. Justin, it's VAS Airplane Toolbox. Victor Alpha Sierra, the letters. Space Airplane Space Toolbox. If you Google that, it will bring you up to there's the ASL headquarters. It will bring you up to a few options. The top one usually is the X-Plane forum. DJC, welcome. Hey Gav, thank you buddy.
And all special stations connections now 1015.
Set. Gav, thank you very much. Very generous of you, gifting 5 channel memberships for 5 subscribers to enjoy a membership for the next month. Very exciting. So big welcome to Chris. Absim's back with another month's membership. Andy, Chris Loach as well, Leonardo Lima. Welcome guys, great to have you on board with us as well for the month. Hope you enjoy your channel membership gift. Make sure as well that you link, if you are a channel member, and you haven't already done so and you're in our Discord server, go into your Discord user settings, click connections, click on the YouTube logo and link your YouTube account. Elias, no, so NADP1 or NADP1, looking at the IOPA kind of rules and everything like that, or the advice from IOPA rather, it suggests that most airliners and operators will operate a NADP1 departure, which is what we're doing today. It will then give you the opportunity, basically what the advice is that you fly V2 plus 15 to 20.
365, the wind 05 degrees, 1 knots, runway 0 for right, clear for takeoff.
0 for right, clear for takeoff, UD365. Andrew, I still haven't touched the Fenix since my new PC. It just doesn't really work very well. Peter Wegner, welcome. Thank you very much, buddy. First super chat for the channel from you as well. Very generous. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Okay, so control visualizer. Make sure I'm doing this blind now, so make sure I'm clicking the right buttons. As we turn, I want to use as much of the runway as we can. Stick forwards, get that nose wheel weight down, and we're going to set 40%. Lights and signs. We're on, epic. Andy, hello as well. Centre the nose wheel. Definitely feel like my Tobii eye track is a bit weird today. Again. Toga. Doors, that'll go in a minute. It's one of those bugs that PMDG have got that they are aware of, so we're not going to reject. $80 knots.
Quality 1 for Tango, line up, wait, runway 0 for right.
Bay, runway 0 for right, quality 1 for 10. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Gear levers off, CMDA engage, landing gear can go off, LNAV, VNAV's both armed anyway. Auto brake RTO. Runway turn off, lights off. Ignition modes off.
365, radar contact, Brussels control, frequency 131.1, bye bye.
Contact Brussels control 131.1, Beauty 365. Thanks, have a good day.
Bye bye.
Look at me not prepping the relevant thing there. So we're keeping the slats and flaps out until 3000. We're almost there anyway. It's going to be about 3000 AGL. And we're into the cloud. Make sure I've got my charts out. What are we on? LNO 1 Romeo.
Beeline 146, continue present heading.
Look at that.
Continue the heading, Beeline 146. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Papa, descent flight level 250, rate 2000 feet per minute or greater.
About 3,600 feet would be 3,000 AGL, which is now, so we can bring our flaps up.
Continue climb flight level 310. Climbing flight level 310, Beeline 146. Beauty 1 Bravo Charlie, wind 060 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 07 right, 1 Bravo Charlie.
Easy 227, contact ground 118.050.
Turning in a moment.
Over to ground 118050, thanks for the help, bye bye.
Cross control, hello, Beauty 365, outbound Liege with the Olno 1 Romeo departure, 5,000 feet.
Beauty 365, Brussels control identified, climb flight level 240.
Flight level 240, Beauty 365.
Beeline 3 Sierra Foxtrot, wind 060 degrees, 9 knots, runway 01, clear to land.
Is it 240?
Clear to land, Beeline 3 Sierra Fox.
Aero Italian 9885, climb flight level
Altitude
410.
intervention.
Level 410, return 9885.
Lufthansa 465, continue descent to reach flight
Where we
level
go?
250 by Nivnu.
Continuing descent to reach level 250.
Gaming Essential, that's fine. You're on your final warning though. I'm tired of the spams or the nonsense, so I can't be bothered with it. So, going to be more proactive with hiding and getting rid of people that are becoming a pain for people. So, learn, final option, final chance, I've unbanned you for now. Dan, nice one. There you go. Perfect, you found it. So it's quite a busy departure there, so haven't had the chance to kind of dig into the charts and work it all out to explain it to you guys a little bit better. Contrails there, got contrails above there as well, look at that, VATSIM's busy today, this middle of the week as well.
Sorry for the first time here, and have a good day.
Beauty 365, turn left, heading 220.
Left 220 degrees, Beauty 365.
Beauty 1 Bravo Charlie, identified passing 3,500 feet,
220,
240.
set. Nemsky, yeah, the RTX4090 is fantastic, it's so good.
Look
at that.
Aero Italian 9885, traffic just spawned in, 12 o'clock, moving left to right, same altitude.
I am about 32. I have the traffic in sight.
Joey, so we're flying into the
At
FSDG
1 o'clock, we can go
Rhodes scenery
higher
today.
if you want.
Italian 9885, traffic should no longer be a factor now, just continue on track and continue to climb.
Such a great livery.
We will continue the climb by Italian 9885.
Steve Drar, I think, created this. He's one of the painters for PMDG.
PT 365, set course direct Gaslow.
Direct Gallo for Beauty 365.
Lufthansa 465, contact Langen radar 120.8.
Set.
120.8, Lufthansa 465, ciao.
Beeline 146, resume on navigation, Ogler.
Accelerating away, look at the views down there.
To Ogler, Beeline 146.
Hello, this is Gulf Air, flight level 335, climbing flight level 38.
Bodo, welcome buddy, joining us as a frequent flyer. Great to have you with us.
Identified flight level 336, continue climb flight level 340.
Always stunning views.
Continue climb flight level 340, Gulf Air.
Yes, Andrew, yeah, so British Airways, BAW is their three-letter identifier. Their call sign is Speedbird.
Bristol Control, Beeline 3 Sierra Fox, runway 01.
Should be clear of that, so let's get the seatbelt signs off. I'm going to do a check of the pressurisation system, and yeah, you will get also sometimes with British Airways if you're flying Heathrow to Manchester or any of their other domestic services, what you will find is that they will operate with the call sign Shuttle instead of Speedbird. So anything outside of the domestic network becomes Speedbird, BAW, British Airways. Anything inside of the domestic services, the domestic network, Manchester, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newquay, that sort of thing, then with that, they will use the call sign Shuttle, Sierra Hotel Tango.
Italian 9885, radar service terminated, switch to Unicom, bye bye.
Oh Andy, that is fantastic.
Bye -bye.
Congratulations to him. Securing a week for work experience with the team Fly Helis for national power. That's excellent news. I don't mind it too much, Ollie. It's a much more rigid wing than, say, a Dreamliner.
Control, Gulf Air TCAS array.
Golf Air, TCAS has traffic currently 3 miles, 12 o'clock, 1000 feet above, no factor.
Couple of screenshots as we climb away, already going into Volanta for today. They'll end up in Discord too. I'll plonk them there for you guys. VRAM's a bit high, it's 81%. Let's be good, let's keep that heading bug centered on our direction of travel as well. Like so. Got 20 knot headwind to contend with today too. It's a fairly long journey today. Because of that, we have got very full centre tanks, or fairly full centre tanks, 3 tons in the centre tanks for us to monitor. So it will last maybe to about halfway before we start to turn those off, I think. Maybe a third of the way.
Golf Air, flight level 300 approved.
Descending flight level 300, Golf Air.
Brussels Control, Airport 1, can you confirm the position is November, India, Victor, November, uniform?
Affirm, and after November, India, Victor, November, uniform, reroute via Tango 180 Airway to Unoko, uniform, November, Oscar, Kilo, Oscar.
Chasing him at the moment as well. That is, if I can find them.
So your dad's flying direct Nibnu, then Roy Rhodes via Tango Unit 180 for Unoko.
Oh wow, actually,
November, Oscar, Kilo, Oscar, Airport 201.
EFW2604 Gatwick to LGRP. So we're chasing him to Rhodes. Not familiar with EFW though. And he's flying Speedbird.
Beauty 365, climb flight level 390.
I'm flight level 390, Beauty 365.
Quality 14 Tango, direct Golf Tango, correct, climb flight level 370.
That's Golf Tango, Quebec, flight level 370, quality 14 Tango.
Golf Air, turn left by 5 degrees.
Put those VORs off, we don't need them anymore.
Heading 311.
Ryanair 84 Alpha Delta, turn left 5 degrees.
Left 5 degrees, Ryanair 84 Alpha Delta.
We did have a warning earlier saying max cruise at the moment was flight level 370, but as we're climbing and burning more fuel, hoping that will then come down substantially for us, so it won't be an issue effectively. Living on a Player says really hoping for a high fidelity airliner, or Dreamliner, sorry, at some point in the future. Behind the Skies used to be all Boeing, until their recent drama with the MAX and the 787 and the 777X. He's now gone to all Airbus, loving the 350. The A350 is a fantastic looking aircraft anyway, to be fair. That is one of my favourites. Still never flown on one though, do want to. Ron says maybe an idea to do a long haul with the community sometime. Once we get maybe the 777, then that's when I would be more keen to do that sort of stuff. The only thing is, of course, it's a long time to be sat streaming without having a decent little break in the middle as well. So I'm very conscious of making sure that you guys get good content. Long calls don't really work out that well for that sort of thing. David, good work. He was on a 3-mile final for Edinburgh. Tower comes online, worked out, but does make you scramble about a bit. But otherwise, another successful Osprey flight. Good work.
Brussels Control, Airport 201, any chance of climbing to flight level 350?
Yeah, Nemsky, no ideas. Quality wings have just vanish off the face of the earth. Bit of a shame, really, isn't it? I think we're all looking forward to seeing what they would come up with. And it appears that nothing. See, talking about the tower coming online on 3-mile final, what I tend to do for that is if I'm really busy and I'm very short final, I won't even tune into them. Because me then looking down trying to tune the right frequency to contact them would mean I could get very unstable very quickly.
Turn right heading 110, the down flat 150, runway stop.
Happy days. So first load of screenshots are on there. Mr. Swedish Moto, 100%, yes.
Holding 07 right.
Yeah, so when the ATR does release next week, folks, we're going to be flying that live. Possibly, depends on when it releases, but possibly on release day, if not the day after, in a live training flight, as I sit in the ATR in the sim for the first time and try and learn it and fly a sector live. Haven't quite worked out where yet, but we were thinking Thessaloniki to Chios to check out the new mini builds, Chios airport scenery as well. That's going to be quite nice. Yeah, next Tuesday I think it is. Yeah, 25th of April it's supposed to be coming out.
Expect Lima November Oscar 5X right.
I'm not sure if it's going to come out around 5 o'clock UK time or not though. If it's an evening thing, then it might not be something we can do until the day after.
German Air Force 39 Delta, when able, set course direct FSN.
Philip, I'm sure you'll be fine. Baby steps. Try not to bite off too much. He did have sim, he did.
Beeline 99 at Papa, holding 07 right at Grapple. Request takeoff clearance.
And Beeline 99 at Papa, wind 060 degrees, 9 knots, runway 07 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 99 at Papa.
Don't know where that guy's gone. Oh, there, he's going that way. Some crazy routes here. Who knows, maybe we'll see him at Rhodes. Nothing about the price yet, Joey. I'm going to assume around 30-40 quid.
RMP approach runway 06. Descent flight level 180, level by Arvel.
Did everybody watch the Bluebird Simulation 757 frames per second test video that released 2 days ago? I felt it was completely pointless.
Beauty 1 Bravo Charlie, continue climb flight level 35.
And I found actually, I ended up commenting on it saying I don't understand the point in calling this a frames per second test because the modelling isn't complete, as Absin pointed out, the textures aren't done. The sounds are placeholders. The systems aren't even integrated into the 757 yet. Yet they're then giving us a frames per second test. It's entirely pointless. It doesn't test anything. So I was a little bit confused. And I was even more confused reading through the comments saying how fantastic it is on performance and things. They've not actually thought about what they're looking at, if that makes sense. Also, I've seen another one. Also, there was somebody else has created a video saying it's coming soon. It's not. That's complete nonsense. As Hergy's saying, they're planning to release around Q4 2023. So we've got over 6 months left. And as Robson is saying, Robson's the developer of New Sky, by the way, folks. Hello to you, Robson. He's saying that regarding that frames per second test from Bluebird 757, notice it was done at 50% render scale as well, yeah. So, completely pointless. I literally don't understand the point of that frames per second test video. I would have rather have seen them showcase something else. Or just call it a showcase. Progress update showcase.
German Air Force 39 Delta, continue descent altitude 4,000 feet, cleared.
It's this theme of saying something for the sake of saying it to make it look like there's more progress than there is.
RMP approach runway 04 right.
But I'm very much looking forward to the 757. It's one of my all-time favourites that I'm looking forward to seeing in the sim.
Cleared RMP approach 04 right, German Air Force 39 Delta. Beauty 1 Bravo Charlie, radar service terminated, switch to Unicom. Switch to Unicom 1 Bravo Charlie on 122 decimal 8. Bye-bye. Turkish 467, descend initially flight level 180.
Hello James.
Ryanair 84 Alpha Delta, set course direct Europuf.
Perhaps saying he fancies the ATR, but it might be out of his price range. Who knows? Who knows? What we do know is that the chap behind the CRJ and the Twin Otter, Hans from Aerosoft, is at least the lead developer for this, if not the only developer for it. I'm not sure who else is working on it, but We know Hans is working on the aircraft, and it is a really remarkably nice bit of kit by the sounds of it. The very loose things that we know about it so far, we know he's a great developer as well, capable of good things, so we can expect decent things from it. I'm looking forward to the ATR, very much looking forward to the ATR. I think it's going to sit around that mid-level section, similar to the CRJ.
84 Alpha Delta, switch to Unicom 122.8.
Cythera says, why do these companies need to hype products for no reason? Look at the PMDG 737.
Service terminated, switch to Unicom, bye bye.
Unicom for Beauty 365, thanks, have a good day. Saying there, look at the PMDG 737, not a lot of hype or talk, but then they came out with a finished product and it was a hit. They don't need to hype everything. Absolutely, but I could probably maybe spin that a little bit with the caveat that PMDG is a very well-known brand in flight sim anyway. Well-known and trusted.
Thanks, have a good one.
Thank you to our ATC for today, appreciate it, staying on for us. Wind data, there you go, a little bit choppy. Andrew, I'm not sure. Not sure. Some point soon. I don't want to leave it too long. The DC-6 is a beast. Hard to learn, hard to fly. It's been a little while since we flew it last, so I do want to dust it off. Take those drip trays away and take it for a spin somewhere. But we know that the ATR is coming out next week, so that's going to be the focus for next week's live streams, I think. And I am super excited for that. I've never flown an ATR or a turboprop kind of aircraft airliner in any flight sim before. So super excited to see what we are going to get from this. I'm not sure about a PMDG 787, who knows. And RAB AN225 stream, we're waiting on East Midlands from Pyre Devco, potentially. And we're also trying to get painted a Ukrainian-inspired Osprey Airways cargo livery, suitable for the AN225 as well. That's it, Cythera, but it's a cheap test as well. It's the render scale and stuff like that. They're basically doubling the frames. Having had 0 systems, it's like if they put the systems in and then gave us a true test, there would be like 3 frames per second. It's an entirely pointless test. It's a waste of time even watching the video, to be honest. Apart from the fact that you're enjoying the visuals of what they've done so far. Prolink share, the Twin Otter's great fun. Really good fun. The only thing I hate about that is the behaviour on the water. The way that the props operate in the water. It's almost impossible to steer. FSDG's Rhodes scenery behind the skies. City below there looks so fantastic. That is Saarbrücken. Strasbourg coming up on the left as well, and then we're going to be heading over Zurich. Trento, Venice, Zadar, Split, Dubrovnik, passing over Tivat as well. And then heading over Thessaloniki. I need to install the MXI Design Thessaloniki actually. I need to make a note of that. MXI Design Thessaloniki. Because I've not sure what I've done with that. That was on my old computer. Don't have it on the new one. Strasbourg is over there somewhere on the nose. How are we doing on the climb? Struggling a bit. She is heavy. Right, round this off, smooth it to 400 foot per minute. Just let the engines chill a little bit, they're at 100%. Small but choppy crosswind. Bolinks, so the new PC behind the skies is working wonderfully. It's a remarkably nice bit of kit. How much it cost though? It cost £3,750. It's a lot of money. I was helped with some remarkably generous donations. Did my beast of a PC break my smart meter? Changing energy provider back to who we were with before we moved house. That is what broke the smart meter, because apparently it couldn't cope with changing to a new provider, so it ended up being a bit of a mess. So Thera, I'm not really sure, to be totally honest, but it's just a way for people to be a little bit busy in the live chat during the stream, I suppose. It's another thing that people can do. Jules and a few other commands. Pooch is doing okay, Justin. Thanks for asking. Yeah, Loki's doing okay. He's got he's on some more antibiotics and some inflammatories, anti-inflammatories. He might go on to things like gabapentin as well from tomorrow. In fact, actually, he is going on to gabapentin for the next couple of weeks. After some blood tests and things. We're not sure if there's I don't know, maybe like a compressed disc that he's got in his spine causing him some nerve issues or not, but he's getting old, bless him. My little dog. I say little dog, he's a big dog. He's also a fantastic dog. Living the Dream says, hi, my wife can tell when I'm on the sim. Our smart meter goes nuts. My i9 with a 2080 Super certainly eats electricity. I turned the little in-house display on earlier, but it's downstairs. I have no idea how much it'll cost me, but when I started it was on £0. I then turned the computer on and I've kind of just left it running downstairs to see what happens, really. So I will see what I'll do is actually at the end of today's live stream is I'll go downstairs. Shuts, welcome buddy, joining us as a bronze frequent flyer, great to have you with us. Well, yeah, I'll go downstairs, I'll take a photograph of my smart meter to see how much it cost just to do today's flight in the sim with the RTX4090, a 1200 watt PSU, all the fans and everything else going on. I'm curious as well to know how much it would have cost. Rab says his is about 10 pence per hour. Oof. Jeez. Lovely views today. FSDG's Rhodes, what we're flying to today. It's again not a cheap payware scenery. I have purchased it for today as well. It's not been supplied for free or anything like that. But there were two options. Just Sims version 3 Rhodes and FSDG's Rhodes. I've gone for the FSDG Rhodes, even though it's a little bit older than Just Sims version 3 of the same airport, because FSDG have also done the city and a little bit of the island as well. So similar to how Flight Tampa did Corfu about 6 months or so ago, I think it was. Maybe a little bit longer, so like last summer, where they've done the island as well. FSDG have done something similar with Rhodes, so looking forward to having a look at that. I've heard really nice things about it actually. Andy, I'm not sure, we'll find out in a minute. well, I'll say in a minute, in a couple of hours. Thank you to everybody who has hit the like button so far as well. Great to see so many of you enjoying it. Today's live stream. I hope you enjoyed the preview from Liege as well, or Liege. Brisbane, Justin. Yeah, yesterday's live stream, by the way. If you did miss that, folks, go back after this live stream. Go back. I can highly recommend checking out yesterday's live stream. It was spectacular, I think would be the word that we would probably I'd use to describe it. I think it is absolutely stunning. Brisbane with the Orbex Brisbane City Pack installed. We had a spectacular departure over the city as well. Really nice. Some of the best views that we've seen in the sim so far, actually, to be fair. And then we flew into Hamilton Island, releasing in a couple of days from AUC, in 2 days in fact from now. Some new payware from those guys, and Hamilton Island is exquisite. It is really quite spectacular, so I'm looking forward to checking that out again in the next couple of days. We might fly in with the ATR, for example. We might head out of Mackie or something like that, or Mackay, Rockhampton, or further north we could maybe loop around in the ATR back into Hamilton to kind of check it out with the ATR instead. Find the guys saying Joburg to Cape Town's a nice route, hour long, well, hour and 45, 737-800, nice scenery, good airports. The FSDG Cape Town's quite nice, we had a look at that recently. Windhoek, Namibia, beautiful part of the world to go and fly around, folks, if you're looking for somewhere a bit more remote and somewhere a bit different to fly. There's some really nice payware scenery for that as well. Great to hear, Anth, enjoying the stream. Yeah, Rav, Hamilton Island was stunning. Andrew says the detail was like watching a movie. The terminal was one of the nicest I've ever seen, I think. How are we doing? Oh yeah. What the? Well, we'll monitor this. We might drop down to 370. Because I think we're too heavy. Buffet alert. Let's head back down. 370. And then I want to look at flight level 390 for a step. We can work it out from there. Yeah, Badger. So they do sometimes, to be fair. The in short, what we've got with my dog is he's got 2 bionic hips. He's very unique. It's actually telling us we're going to be unable to step to flight level 390, which is interesting because we planned for 390 in sim brief. So we should have had the load, the weight, the balance set for that. Very bizarre. It's actually telling us we're going to be unable to fly 390 through today. I'm actually keeping an eye on this as well. I'm expecting there to be a window. There's a little line there actually. Okay, there we go. There's, look how narrow that flight envelope is. My God. So 370 is the key. I'm not too fussed about an EFB behind the skies. It's something that a lot of people keep asking about, when's an EFB coming and all this sort of stuff, but it doesn't make the aeroplane fly any better. It doesn't make the simulation more complex, doesn't make it more difficult or easier. It's like a nice to have here. It's completely pointless, in my opinion. Let's go back to VNAV mode. Yeah, similar here actually at 370. It's just like tailwind. But that's extended a bit now. Look, that's a bit more comfortable for us. If we weren't sitting enjoying the wing views a bit more, I think it would have been noticed a little earlier on actually, before climbing through 370. That's not a command behind the skies. G Cook, FSDGs, Rhodes scenery. Just Sim make fairly average sceneries, so I went for FSDG because they've done the island as well as the airport. And they're also known for fairly good quality sceneries too, so I ended up purchasing that just to see really what that one looks like. I think it's the more expensive of the two as well. Weather below looking quite spectacular. And we have a little look at Volanta as well. Is their fact good, G Cook? It is. It's quite nice actually, yeah, to be fair. But there are a couple of statics dotted around. It doesn't blow you away though. It's not like a mind-blowingly good level of scenery. Not like Hamilton Island yesterday. It's not that level of like, wow, that's incredible. But it's a nice Cape Town. Here's our journey for today. So we did a little funky departure out of Liège. Then at this point here we got a direct to Geslo, which is there, as we left Brussels airspace. Over Luxembourg. Currently we find ourselves south of Strasbourg, heading over Geneva approach, or LSFA approach in fact, Friedrichshafen approach. We'll have Zurich on the other side as we fly over, and then a little bit of the Alps, passing over Liechtenstein, and we'll be away. We can see all the way up there Badger Osprey 919 up ahead, TUI 458 as well, he's a little bit further ahead of us too. And behind us, somebody flying somewhere else. There's Night Shepherd, Osprey 117. Banja, flying the opposite direction. Making good progress towards Liège. And I've popped our screenshots so far on here already. There's the route past the Adriatic Sea. You can see us doing the coast along the Adriatic coastline. Split, Dubrovnik, Podgorica. And then over the mainland, heading over Thessaloniki into Greek airspace, over the Aegean Sea, and descending down to Rhodes. We've got Ikaria there, Samos, Mykonos, Where's Chios? Chios is up here actually, isn't it? There it is. So we're actually flying over Chios. We might see the Inibilt's Chios Island National Airport scenery as well. But that's probably what we're going to do when the ATR releases. Thessaloniki to Chios, or Thessaloniki, yeah, probably Thessaloniki to Chios, and then Chios to Athens or something like that, about an hour or so each leg. Just to help us learn the jet, or aircraft rather. So if I type that in, does that actually trigger it? Let's see. We'll see if we can add one in dynamically. Oh, there you go, try that. Let's see what happens. Okay, so you have to actually write the airport name. Oh, we know it's working now anyway, happy days. I don't know if it's going to bring the weather, the actual meta up though. It'd just be more... Type exclamation weather Liege, bro links, try that one. Thick cloud cover now. Look at that, we're not even going to see Zurich. Looking quite nice in Rhodes at the moment though. 16 degrees Celsius. Quite cool actually though. The wind westerly at 3 miles per hour. Some higher level cloud for us as well. Well, I'm going to try and figure it out then. Add meta request. Actually, hold on, stand by. I might have found it. Oh, that requires actual payment though. Actually, hold on. I already got an account for this. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'm on another screen. Basically, what I'm trying to do at the moment is actually trigger a bot command for the meta. Instead of the weather, we can actually do meta instead. just signing up to an account here on a different site. To get an API key. Email address is already registered on the site. Interesting. Now what would be my password then? I'll have to reset it. Because I don't know. Right. We're working on this. I'm determined. Check your email, it says. Let's go. Do 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 do. Bingo. Right, got the API key. Last due's 4th of Jan. Wow, okay. Hey, we're getting there, we're getting there. That's the main thing. Let me... Nightbot. You can do it. I'm fiddling around trying to do it now. Let's see if that triggers it. Look at this. I feel like we're coding live. Just thinking about it. So how else would we do it then? There's got to be a way on Nightbot to be able to actually add it in. Commands, custom. God. Hey, look at that below. The Alps. My God. That's amazing. That's not it. We'll try that. It's a blank API key, so it's not actually an API key. Q, hello. No, we're not. I tried with the API key and that didn't work. Bizarrely. Prizes. That's what it makes. No, shits, I don't actually know. And there's got to be a way to do this away from the live chat, surely. This weather's proper nasty here, isn't it? Oh well, you know what, I don't know. It's not really working. We've tried though, we've tried to add the custom commands. Find the skies, it doesn't work. I wouldn't worry. I tell you what though, it looks fantastic though, flying around here, doesn't it? Ooh, actually, I may have found the answer. Stand by. Ba, 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 ba. Let's try. Yeah, it would be nice though to have inside the live chat, the actual live meta. There we go, it's working! I'm a genius. And I'm going to go one further. I'm going to add the TAF so we can see the terminal aerodrome forecast. Because, why not? Why stop there when you can have it all? Stand by. Let me see if I can get this sorted as well. This is exciting. Let's get rid of that. Yoink. That needs to be changed to the TAF string instead. Followed by that. Okay. I'm just going to test the TAF now in the live chat. So, oh look at that, we've got a rainbow. Set it up inside Nightbot behind the skies. Inside Nightbot's custom commands section. That's where you set it up. Ah, didn't do the TAF though. Boo. How though? Like it says. To be honest, I was clicking around until it worked. Command is the METAR command, and then the message is just the $ Earl fetch, that whole string including the API key. That's it. So that TAF string must be entirely different then. So, let me just try and fiddle with that again. It's a different URL. Save. So I'm going to get rid of the weather command. That's the one behind the skies. Oh my god, it works. Who did the JFK TAF though? Hold on, have I have I broke it already? I don't care about JFK. Unless you're flying into JFK, you're watching this today. Then that's some good timing. Oh yeah, whoops. Fantastic. It's a $ query string. $ query string. Save. Question mark X. Oh yes, there we go. We've got the TAF working as well. So there you go, folks. You can come to us live to get your terminal aerodrome forecasts during the live stream. Thanks Behind the Skies for pointing that out. Appreciate it. And we got it as well below here. Where's that rainbow gone? So we're flying through the Alps. Making some good progress. Need to do a fuel check soon as well, actually. That's it, Behind the Skies, yeah. But inside the inside the command generator part of Nightbot. There's the element of that rainbow there. Can't really see it that well though, can you? Oh wow, look at that, there we go. That's fantastic. That rainbow coming out the APU exhaust. And just like that, it's gone. Somebody must have taken their pot of gold. So yeah, TAF the same way Behind the Skies. Although that was reluctant to work, so I don't know what actually changed. Maybe it needed like 10 minutes just to sync itself. The luscious greens of the Alps below there, as well as we're leaving the snow part a bit behind, the snowy Alps. Q, when you say pitch up, do you mean sitting a couple of degrees nose up? Because yeah, you're looking to it for about 3 or 4 degrees nose up really. How do you read a METAR? First bit's the time, then the wind, then the clouds, then the temperature, then the QNH, followed by any remarks that apply. Centre tanks are slowly emptying. J1N, my god, it blew up again, SpaceX Starship. Jeez. They are not doing well with that. He needs to stop rushing for stuff actually. I do find that he will push something even though it's probably not 100% ready. He'll just be like, no, we're launching it on the 20th of April. Dan, great to hear. Practices NAD P1 departure about 10 times in the 738. Really nice. Wish I knew earlier. Tim as well. Good afternoon. Home with the new rig. Ooh, exciting. Set that up this afternoon after the stream. That chewy livery looks stunning. You're going to love the new rig. It's gone big as well, folks. Back to work from tomorrow, so throughout the weekend there won't be any streams from myself. The next stream, however, will most likely be that ATR when it does get released. I have absolutely no idea how to fly it, but we'll fly ourselves across Greece a little bit to try and work it out live. I can't talk about it pro links, unfortunately. It doesn't help, but yeah. I hope so, MPS Gaming. I hope so. Hello to you, saying if you can fly the Mad Dog, an ATR shouldn't be too much of a problem. Spaceship, Starship, flight text, SpaceX. I'm watching it now. On my phone. They're going crazy. Owen says, thinking about purchasing GSX now, what do you think? Yeah, do it. It's epic. But you do need to make sure that you've got things like I'm confused as to what I'm watching with this SpaceX thing. Kind of looks like it's out of control. Yeah, you need for GSX you need custom profiles really. Honestly, they're all clapping and celebrating, but what has it achieved? I don't know. I don't understand. It's this silly. Again, it's hype over nothing. It's not. It hasn't worked, has it? That's the thing. Anth, hello. Well, good night to you. Actually, it's super early for you in Australia at the moment, isn't it? Passing now the Italian coast, I think. Beautifully detailed below. Look at that. Exquisite detail. So yeah, looking down on Venice at the moment, actually, over the right-hand side of the aircraft to the south. Heading over to the Adriatic Sea as we then venture down the Adriatic coastline towards Montenegro and Albania. Look at that. That is genuinely quite remarkable, isn't it? So that's, I think, what views do we want here? Is it no. Yes, it's going to be that one. That's quite magical. Cheap. Is that actually what they said? Their launch was a great success despite the explosion, or rapid unscheduled disassembly as SpaceX calls them. It had only hoped that it would clear the launch pad, which it did. That's so corporate, isn't it? I do get 3,000 METAR requests a day behind the skies, but I don't want to trigger that or get close to it because we're using the API for other things as well. But I also don't want the live chat full of METAR requests. Naturally. There's the Adriatic coast up ahead, beautiful part of the world as well. Yes, it also includes the TAF. I think I might put a cooldown on those though at this rate because it's getting spammed massively already. Right, cool. Cooldowns are active on those. Alupomi, very nice. Just landed at Helsinki after an 8-hour flight from Anchorage. That seems quite short. What were you flying? Quite quick. And I think they're just making it up as they go along. I think part of their corporate optimism is reliant on the fact that they're going to be getting substantial sums of money from NASA, perhaps. So they need to make it sound more positive than it might otherwise be. Judog says, I've added several GSX profiles and now my jetways stop working. In particular, POS scenery, is it Shudog or elsewhere? You need to make sure that in the GSX installer you've excluded all of the POS scenery that you've got that might have custom jetways. Concorde, yeah. We've not flown that for a while. We flew that out of Heathrow, didn't we? And we dumped it down in Barbados. We've not flown it back since. I think our top altitude today is going to be flight level 370, you know. Still unable to step to 390. We should be getting in a moment a master caution fuel illuminate. Centre tanks are getting empty now. How many RTX4090s could you buy with that money living on a player? You'd probably buy about 1,000 of my, well, 10,000 of my computers for the cost of that. Probably more. .31 knot tailwind, that's good. There's that epic Adriatic coastline coming up ahead, look at that. Ah, Lupomine, very nice, fair enough, decent. Hopefully you had an uneventful flight. These are parts of the world that I can recommend you go and explore. There's some nice sceneries around the Adriatic coast, Split, Zadar, Tivat, 2 options now, Orbex and also Pyrig Devco sceneries. The Orbex one's really nice. We had a look at that last week, in fact. Podgorica. I'm not sure if there's a payware Dubrovnik actually, but that has a really nice approach over the city, around the city, and Split as well, of course. A really scenic approach, and a very nice payware scenery for Split. MXI has done Dubrovnik, Highflyer says, but I don't think it's very good. They've got a nice Thessaloniki, I think, but then there's also a fantastic Thessaloniki freeware scenery available on flightsim.to, which pretty much looks the same. Hey, look. I don't know if you guys can see that. Maybe if you're watching on 2K, but there's a tiny little nav light there of an aircraft departing that airport. And that is, if I find it on my map, Pula. Apparently a stunning part of the world. Really nice part of Croatia, apparently, from what I've heard. TUI operating a route there for holiday, certainly for the summer season. Become quite a nice tourist destination, Pula, over the last 10-15 years. Came out of nowhere, in fact, actually, until TUI began services there. Then it's kind of gone from there. It's become really popular. There's an aircraft that's just departed that. He's there now, actually, on the map. And that is OKM76 in a PA28, I think. Surely not. No, it is. Unless it's just not displaying the other aircraft properly. Granny Smith, hello. The launch of Starship will be $100 million in the future, they hope or assume. Seems reasonable to assume it's more expensive now, and that doesn't even include the rocket itself, which they need to build again. Whoops. Rijeka up that side of the coastline. And we need to head back in here, monitor the fuel. Any moment now we're going to get, it tends to get about 0.11. The master caution fuel comes on. Okay, Joe, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. TCAS. There he is. Certainly not a threat. It's showing us on the radar that he is there. 010. Behind the skies, yeah, that's correct. The link for Epidemic Sound is down in the description for today's live stream, Behind the Skies as well. It will give you 1 month free, I believe, out of the yearly license subscription. .08. I'm expecting the master caution any second. He's off and away, zooming along the sky. Rab's just passing to VAT. You're doing well actually, you're making great progress, Rab, ahead of us. Low pressure light hasn't come on yet on the centre pumps either. It's got to come on in a moment surely. 0.05 tonnes of fuel in the centre tanks now, expecting to see it. Doo-doo-doo-doo. 0.03, 2 minutes behind the skies. Nice calm winds at Tivat by the looks of the METAR. From the chat there, Rab's popped into the live chat via the Nightbot command. 0.02, come on, where's my master caution fuel? .01. There's the low pressure warning. Interesting. There's the master caution fuel. She's come on just as the tamp's dripping dry. So, clear that. Turn the centre tanks off, make sure we are confirming we're turning the right pumps off. And then we're going to test that again, making sure we've isolated the centre tanks, and the warning is gone. Ron says, question from his girlfriend. She said, is if you do this, we can join the high mile club without any cost. Don't quite follow. You might have to go and explain that one a bit more. Probably rolling deep with his gambling. Please gamble responsibly. Your Streamlabs points. Another aircraft on TCAS. Can't quite see him though. There he is. Starting to cut across the sky. You're going to see him zip past in a moment. Right, so that METAR for Gatwick that you've just pulled, just to explain it for you, 20 is today's date. So the time of the METAR is 13:50 Zulu on the 20th day of the month. The winds are 040 degrees at 16 knots. Ceiling and visibility okay. So just take that for good visibility. And not many clouds. Temperature 15 degrees. The dew point is -1. If the temperature was 15 degrees and the dew point was 15 degrees and it said CAV OK, I would expect to see a significant degradation in visibility over the next METAR period. So the next 30 minutes to an hour. I'd expect to see that deteriorate quite quickly, and then the QNH at the end is the QNH. If you see the word blue, like if you're flying into Gibraltar and you see BLU or you see green on the METAR, That's because it's a military airfield technically, and it's using the military visibility codes, the military METAR codes for describing the state of the airport. Green, blue, yellow, red, I think. And then state black, which is where the runways or the airport's closed. So that's certainly useful. You'll see that on the Gibraltar METAR, for example, if I use that command. LXGB. Josh Foxtrot, hello buddy. Loving the checklists, been using them for ages, that's great to hear. Really nice to hear that you guys are finding the checklists really good to have. I've uploaded the MD80, the Mad Dog checklists last week. Over 100 people already downloaded them as well and using them, finding them useful, which is good. But they're all on flightsim.to prolinks. If you search for my user profile, you'll see all my uploads that I've put on to flightsim.to. No SIG in the METAR behind the skies means no significant change expected in the next 2 hours. And they're the remarks there. Blue is the colour state, the military colour state for the airfield. Which is a quick way of very briefly explaining the visibility at the airport, just with a colour. Bit of a military thing. Yeah, Vodo, so today the new AirAx was released, so make sure before you fly, if you haven't already started flying for your day yet in the sim, I get around that pillar to look at the mountains there, look at that. Make sure you go to Navigraph and you update your latest AirAx. Same for SimBrief. I'm a Midlander, James, but I live near London. I mean, the level of detail there along that ridge is fantastic. If we bop outside, bop or pop? If we bop outside, we'll just stick with that. I always find it goes a little bit washed out, but it still looks really quite nice. Cruising along. Behind the Skies, 100%, but buy the annual version of the subscription and it actually saves you a little bit of money every year. Josh Foxtrot, sadly no. Sadly no. Certainly now that Navigraph owns SimBrief, even sort of less likely. They obviously want people to buy their subscriptions. You do get a whole host of things in it though for flight simming. If you flight sim a lot, Navigraph is one of those add-ons that is worth every penny at its current cost of about £80 or £90 for the annual subscription. I do massively recommend buying the Navigraph Ultimate subscription for the annual version, so you pay one lump sum for the whole 12 months. It does save you around £10 in comparison to the monthly fees. And yeah, the Navigraph charts are fantastic, as Living on a Player is saying, they're Jefferson format, so they're all one consistent format that is easy to digest, learn and read. But if you do want to fly on VATSIM, having a good up-to-date AirAx certainly becomes really important. And that's where Navigraph comes into its own. just refresh that. Weird, the drone camera seems to be behaving a bit differently today. Night Shepherd, no worries. The main thing is the score begins to improve with your report and things like that. Hopefully you can pick up on the tips to make your flights a bit better. Matthew, hello to you as well. G'day. Saying the Jeppesen charts are the industry standard in the US. So if you're looking for charts that they use, Matthew's a real airline pilot, then you can't get more realistic than that. Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight behind us, guys. Mike Oliver saying that Navigraph is definitely a must for VATSIM. He's heard the carnage it causes when people don't have good charts. Charts are the big must do for VATSIM, but the AirRack as well is similarly important. Yeah, I do. I still use the yoke for the Airbus as well behind the skies. For our landing into Rhodes, Liege Airport, we're expecting a landing weight of around 64 tons, 64.1 tons roughly. With that in mind, it's saying that with the runway length being 3,306 meters, that we can use any of the auto brakes, auto brake 1, 2, 3 or max, or manual braking. Auto brake 2 with reverse idle, probably going to be the best option, and that will have a stop with a margin of 1,159 meters left of the runway. If we then look at beginning to dissect Navigraph with the METAR, which I'll put back into the live chat, LGRP. Yeah, chartfox.org for a free set of charts, but they're not Jeppesen formats. They're all a bit mishmash, and you've got to then learn how to decipher each one. So there's the METAR. 250 degrees, 18 knots. All the nines, few clouds, 1,800. The temperature's 20 degrees Celsius, dew point 12, QNH 1010. Ditching all of the Liege commands, the Liege charts. So this is what we're going to look into doing. As we arrive at Rhodes. Codic 2 Delta arrival via the waypoint Codic there. We're expecting the ILS Zulu approach runway 24 via the Rhodes VOR. So Codic 2 Delta, Codic, there, that 17 DME marker. Not really applicable to us though, that's more if you're going to be on this other procedure here, flying the 15 DME arc. But Codic, and then flying inbound straight to Rhodes there. One more 58. And then ZME ILS Zulu 24 Rhodes transition. We add that in from the VOR. Might need to dig out some of the charts, actually, stand by. There's the overview. So Codic, straight into the Rhodes VOR. There's the airport. And there's the VOR, Rhodes Then heading downwind. Oh yes, runway 24 is going to take us over the city. Perfect. This is what we want to see. We're going to get really nice views over the city actually as we go into Rhodes today. So overflying the airfields, Rhodes VOR 115.8, and then heading this extended downwind leg 062 degree track to 15 DME before then turning back round on ourselves, max 185 knots and a bank angle of 22 degrees to then establish on the ILS runway 24. There's the frequency 110.3, the 4-letter identifier, IRDS, and 245 degrees for the course. And there's a Rhodes PAR VOR as well, which is applicable to the missed approach. Look, climb straight ahead to 12 DME PAR, then turn right, max 185 knots to intercept, and follow the radial 281 inbound to the Rhodes VOR, climb to 6000 and hold at Rhodes for the missed approach. We do MPS gaming, we've got FSDGs, Rhodes, Diagras. New air-racks, are they essential for VATSIM Josh Foxtrot? Pretty much. At least a couple of times a year when there are significant changes. Every single year, maybe not so much. When we arrive at Rhodes, landing on 24, big nice long runway. We might be able to vacate at Delta if we play this right with order brake set correctly and maybe some reverse thrust to help too actually. Vacating at Delta, heading down on Foxtrot to go and stand, park on stand somewhere in the terminal area there. Within that, parking stands and coordinates are displayed on a different chart, so we'll pin that as well. We'll park somewhere like stand 4, 5 or 6 at the terminal. Josh Foxtrot, to have the best, smoothest experience on VATSIM, then ideally yes, but it's not mandatory. Certainly in April and May, they tend to update the air rack that is default in SimBrief. So if you find at the moment you have in your SimBrief and you don't have Navigraph, you're on AirRack 2304, that is the latest meta. That is the latest AirRack cycle as of today. We're on. Nice one. I'm not sure how we would do reviews for sceneries though. Yeah, so that's because the old air rack is so out of date, Josh. So there have been airway changes. Certainly in the UK, actually, there's been significant changes to the southwest section of the UK. It's kind of going into more of a format. Let me find a way to show you. Stand by. Maybe I can find it on Navigraph. So this is where Navigraph does become key with the latest air rack, and it's worth at the moment its weight in gold. So airways, high IFR airways are currently selected, and we look around the UK at the moment. Look, we've got this web, really complex web of airways crisscrossing all around the airspace around London, all the blue lines. For quite a while now though, around Eastern Europe there have been no airways at all, only RNAV waypoints, so your routes will take you direct to each waypoint only, and there aren't any airways around this part of the world. Certainly this section of the flight that we're on at the moment from Pebble, there are no airways. We're doing direct to Pebble, direct Retra, direct Talas, direct Aliko, direct Thessaloniki, and then on our way. Before then, in Greek airspace, you start to get more airways again. So there's this big gap of, I can't remember what it's called now, free something airspace it's called anyway. That's now crept in to the west of the UK. So you've got all these blue lines around Heathrow up to Manchester and back. But if you look at Wales, Bristol, Exeter, down through Devon and Cornwall, down Dorset coast, down here Newquay and all that, there are no airways here anymore. So all these changes get reflected in the AirAC updates every month. Without having an up-to-date AirAC, it's going to mean that when you're loading in on a flight plan on Simbury, for example, you're going to be using the an AirAC from last April, roughly. And all of this is not going to be accurate. So you're going to have invalid everything if you're flying around those parts of the world that have FRA, free route airspace, Andy, that's it, thank you buddy. Free route airspace, FRA. Similar to all of this section of Europe here, look. No airways at all in this whole section. We zoom in, look at that, just nothingness. And then we zoom in to this bit and all the airways come back in again. But yeah, so that explains why you're having that problem then, Josh. Hopefully that's helped explain that for you, buddy. Is it possible just to get Navigraph from time to time just for an essential AirAC update? Yes. So you could sign up to Navigraph for a month, just to try it at least, see what you think. I think it's $9.99 for the month. And then you can cancel it once you've updated your AirAC and you've pulled in, you've used it for a little while. What I did is I purchased Navigraph for a month a couple of years ago. Thought I'd give it a go, see what I think. It then completely sucked me in with how good it is and how important it is to have. And how useful and effortless it makes a lot of planning, charts, everything else. With that, I then ended up getting their ultimate yearly subscription. So I paid upfront for the whole year, that first year. And now, obviously it's a little bit different for myself. I've become a Navigraph ambassador. So I'm able to talk about their products. They provide me with a yearly license for free that's renewed since the one that I paid a couple of years back. And it means that I get to talk about it and give you guys content and help explain Navigraph type stuff to you all on live streams. Matthew was asking an interesting question earlier that I'm curious to know the answer to. I haven't actually read it yet, so let's fire it to all of us. We can all try and answer it together. Matthew saying, here's a good question. In the cruise, you receive a couple of directs, and then you discover that you will now land above your maximum landing weight. You've still got a few hours left in the cruise. What are some of the ways that you can get the landing weight back down again? That's a good question. I'm gonna say, like in this situation, one way is to go from Mach 7.9 to Mach 8.0. The faster we fly, the more drag gets induced, therefore we burn more fuel. For a very tiny time difference. You could enter a hold, that's another option there, Night Shepherd there saying you could enter the hold. Failing that, perhaps you could maintain the same Mach number but descend 2,000 feet so that you are flying in denser air. I'm not sure what the actual official answer would be though there, Matthew. Have I ever had a grasshopper cocktail? No, I've never heard of it. Sounds very posh though. I would go with, if you've got a few hours left, my main one would be to go to like Mach 8.0. Because then we're demanding more of the engines. Fuel flow increases. We're only getting a small, very small speed difference. But we have then also increased drag on the airframe. Shoe Dog says run the APU. So some aircraft you can't run the APU at higher altitudes, so that's something you've got to be careful of there. Some aircraft you can. That's not a bad shout actually. Then I'm not sure if you'd want to risk running the APU in cruise if case that went faulty and triggered a fire, unless you really had to run it. I don't know. Throwing all sorts of ideas out here, love it. It's a tough question actually. I'd never thought of it myself. Pilot Zulu 24, Rhodes transition, Cody 2 Delta. We should get some really nice views flying in here today. Bring the range ring in so we can have a look. This is what we looked at on the charts a moment ago. We can step through. There's that extended downwind before we turn back on ourselves, that final approach. So you can see the magenta line coming in from the west point of the nav display. That's us coming in on that Codic 2 arrival into Rhodes, towards the Rhodes VOR. The blue line is the missed approach with the hold, but you can see we're going to be overflying the airfield slightly, heading then downwind over the city and back on ourselves. It's going to be really nice. We can add some fixed rings in just to be a bit proactive, gives us less to do as we get closer. 10 miles, maybe 5 miles as well, runway 24. I'll do 4 miles actually. Down here we can tune the Rhodes VOR, which is on frequency 1158. The ILS frequency of 1103 can go tuned in ready. I'm just going to flick them to lock them in. 1103, and then we want the Rhodes PAR VOR. There's 2 Rhodes VORs, one with the identifier RDS 1158. And then 1086 Papa Alpha Romeo. In the nav course, we want to set 245. Like so. Matthew's holding us in suspense. I want to know what the answer to the question is now. The official answer. Rab's almost at top of descent. In fact, probably is at top of descent now. Christopher, so you may have got Cody to Golf arrival, but this is where SimBrief isn't always accurate because it relies on one of the sort of the most selected from other routes flown by other people on SimBrief. So it's then relying on people having flown the same arrivals or same routes accurately. Cody 2 Golf. Okay, so the Cody 2 Golf arrival is based on the Papa Alpha Romeo VOR without holding. But that will then feed you into a different approach. So instead of flying the ILS Zulu, which takes you in via Rhodes RDS, you're going to have to be flying the Puritsa VOR, the Rhodes PAR VOR, and that will then lead you onto the ILS Yankee 25 approach instead. So your approach instead will look like that, Christopher. So again, it all depends on what people are selecting on SimBrief when they're in that planning phase, because if lots of people are just letting it generate it automatically, it may select that one by default. when actually a different approach might be a little bit more appropriate. But yeah, totally different. Usually, if you say we're using the same transition into the Star, Cody, and I'm on the 2 Delta, you're flying the 2 Golf, then usually one is going to take us to the ILS Zulu, and the other one will be the ILS Yankee approach, which will be that teardrop procedure. Catch some rays, Alison Mitchell, welcome. Well, off to work, see you later, have a good day. Ashton was saying on the headwind to A330-900, if I move the joystick even just slightly, the autopilot disconnects. Has anybody figured out? Yeah, you just need to extend your dead zones for that. Christopher, no, you're welcome. I'm glad you asked, actually, because other people may be thinking the same thing. It's great that we can kind of go through these whilst we're live. Lots of mountains there. Banksy, no, so you have to just import it via SimBrief. Or if you're flying on VATSIM, you can also pull your route via VATSIM too. Look at that. In fact, we go back to my favourite view, which is that one. Zipping down the coast. Good afternoon, Aruzi. Great flying today. I think Matthew's gone again. He's thrown in an absolute whopper of a question, left us to try and answer it, and then got entirely sidetracked. It is literally a cliffhanger. I might message him and be like, oi, what's the answer? We're all waiting. Living on a player, nice work. Just saw in your update in the club lounge half an hour ago. 9.61, your little checklist update worked a treat. Good effort. By the way, it's a bit of a reminder for those of you who fly with Osprey Airways on New Sky. If you've got a personal call sign reserved, like I do, I use Osprey 165 a lot. That's now been taken by a scheduled service with Osprey Airways on the scheduled network, which means that I can't use it unless I'm going to actually fly on the Osprey 165 service, wherever that might be, out of Manchester. So the way I get around that, if you've got a personal call sign, is to add a letter at the end. So instead of using Osprey 165, I will now use Osprey 165 Alpha on the way out, 165 Bravo for a flight returning back to the UK. Or, you know, if we're doing 2 sectors, Alpha on the way out, Bravo on the way back. Very similar to the old school way that Britannia Airways used to do their flight numbers. There's no way for us to kind of get around that with the new scheduling system on New Sky, so we just have to work around it as best as we can. Aruzi saying, am I looking forward to the A330 from Aerosoft and the PMDG 777? Absolutely, yes. They're going to be both quite incredible, aren't they? Very welcome to have both being long haulers, one Airbus, one Boeing. Nice and exciting, gives us a bit of variation as well. Cameron, hello to you as well, and thanks Mike. Yeah, a little reminder, keep clicking the like button folks if you've not already done so and you're enjoying today's live stream. It's great to have you fly along with us today. And Aruzi says, I love that you've got the 4090. I want one, but I need to buy a replacement motherboard, processor and power supply and RAM. Yeah, it does. It's required basically an entire new computer. Custom cooling and all sorts of stuff, because these CPUs and GPUs do run a little hot, on the hot side. Plus the RAM as well is now DDR5 RAM. Josh, very exciting. I'm sure you're going to love it. The main thing living on a player is that you've noticed Dan says, how are routes decided? As in the scheduled services of Osprey Airways. Usually it all starts with one of the bases. Manchester, Gatwick, Birmingham, Heathrow. Or Bristol. From there we begin to expand the route network to different parts of the world based on what aircraft can do at those locations. We then base aircraft at those bases for the flights, and then as for some of the long haul flights, what we then try and do is, say for example, we've got a base at Tokyo Haneda for Osprey Airways. We'll have a flight go from Heathrow or Manchester to Haneda as a big long haul flight, or via Dubai, so Heathrow, Dubai, Haneda as another option. What you can then do, or what it then allows, is for us to then expand the network out around Japan with shorter sectors as well. But yeah, most of it starts with a route from the UK. But free flight mode is another one. Shoe Dog, thank you buddy. Really appreciate the super chat, or the tip rather. Very generous of you, thank you very much for supporting the stream. Yeah, free flight mode. That allows you to fly any route around the world, even if it's not a scheduled service from Osprey. You can select literally any airports and you can select the aircraft you want to fly within the fleet, and away you go, no restrictions. Hello David, welcome. Tequila Sunrise, yeah, that is quite nice to be fair. Very holiday-esque though. Lupson, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. Got an aircraft over there somewhere. Through the cloud though, so we probably won't see him, but that's looking great below. Zipping on down the coast. Richard says, have I tried the Headwind A330? Not for a little while. We have tried it a little while ago now. I know it has received some fairly substantial updates recently. So we are overdue a trip in the A330-900. But then yesterday I was hearing conflicting reports of people getting significant frames per second issues, where all of a sudden it would drop to like 7 frames per second and struggle to recover. I don't know what's going on. I hear reports like that and it kind of puts me off again by another week. But it's a great bit of freeware. Steve, hello, saying I wish I could play on these settings. Give it a few years, this sort of system will have come down in price substantially. Ah, yeah. Could be a good shout, Dan. To be fair, the Chisinau's scheduled service is rarely flown. I think that was added in for VATSIM, but then he'd not flown it. So what we could do is drop Chisinau and take up Bucharest instead. Is that El Rock? I think it's Bucharest. Oh, Rab, you're miles ahead. Skidos, who's over the Ionian Sea already. This livery, by the way, by Steve Jar, has got a nice little custom cabin. Nothing fancy, but it's still pretty nice. Some, oops, that's the armrest. Some custom safety demonstration cards and magazines and things like that added in. Just as a little touch to make it look a little bit more immersive. Night Shepherd, have a good night. Thanks for flying the opposite direction as well. I hope you had a nice little flight. That aircraft that we had earlier on, by the way, on departure from Liege, we had that aeroplane flying above that we saw. We said was going the same direction. It was a BA aircraft, but flying an EFW call sign. I'm not sure what EFW is. EFW2604 Gatwick to Rhodes. I've spotted Hergy as well. The GN315. Further up, headed out of Belgrade. The EFW2604, that is who's on the TCAS alongside 283 Charlie Mike out of Dusseldorf, I think, heading the same direction. Landroinski. That's those two. So they're flying in the same direction. We might have to sequence ourselves very carefully here as we arrive. And no way. Is that Macedonia Centre? I think it is. 132375. Covering Thessaloniki and the Ionian Sea. So what have we got here? Literally is Macedonia radar, Skopilos sector. Wow. 132375. So we'll be tuning into them at waypoint Talas, or just before Talas. Hey, I've just spotted Top Gun 60 flying Osprey 18 Charlie, Athens to Helsinki in the A310. Just crossing over Skiathos at the moment by the looks of it. Ergy says, for some reason yesterday evening and now getting big stutters, no clue why. Have you got one of the latest NVIDIA drivers? Because I know some of them have been fairly problematic. I'm still on the one from February, for example. There's someone else. Opposite direction. Hack-on, it's my first time in Microsoft Flight Simulator and I can't move my view in my cockpit. Try scroll wheel on your mouse and then press an old right click and try and wiggle your mouse around. If not, you'll have to look in your settings to see if you've actually got that set up or not, but I can't remember where to even start with that. Talas in 40. Let's tune into Macedonia radar. It looks like they're going to be converging on Talas as well, those aircraft. In fact, there they are. There's one of them. Oh, zooming, walking. Right, so press and hold like your right mouse button. Well, actually, no, to do this, you press your left and right arrows on your keyboard. Same with up and down. But also, if you want to actually, literally, like as if you're walking like this, press and hold your right mouse button. Hold it all the time. Don't let it go. Move your yoke. A little bit risky. VATSIM, we've got to see Chisinau actually used as a route though. I don't think anybody's flown on it. Macedonia radar, Kalispera, Beauty 365 is flight level 370 inbound Talas.
Beauty 365, Kalispera, Macedonia, set scope 6762.
6762, Beauty 365. 6762. 6762. 6762. 6762. Doink. Yeah, default keyboard hack on.
Beauty 365 identified. Proceed direct to Mestan, Mike Echo Sierra.
Direct Mike Echo Sierra, Beauty 365.
Radar, good afternoon, Austrian 9088, parked at Airport Skier. So
there's one.
With information.
In the opposite direction.
Alpha request Alpha clearance to Vienna, please.
Got other aircraft around us though, we are looking for them.
You're clear to your destination Vienna, Thessaloniki, Tango Sierra Lima.
Very exciting, Doc.
Runway 01, initially climb to flight
I bet you're watching the whole time.
2030.
Asking that question. I wonder if he gets direct Messina.
Roger, clear to Vienna. Clear to Vienna by the Thessaloniki 1 Bravo departure route, hinge climb flight level 80 and Squawk is 0.
Dan saying hello, is there a link to your virtual airline that has info about it? Yeah, get to britishafgig.com and you'll find a tab for Osprey Airways.
Correct, max depot ready for push and start.
Copy, 9088.
Lupson, hello, wants to ask about the T-Flight rudder pedals that we've got. How is the quality of them? Next question, what monitor do you have? I've got an RTX4090, but an old monitor. So I've got a Sony Bravia 4K monitor. I think it's about 27 inches. And then my second monitor with my stream stuff, SimBrief, charts, Volanta, all the other bits in the background, running alongside the sim. That's an MSI gaming monitor, curved, only 1080p that one, it's 24 inches. The Sony Bravia 4K monitor is quite nice.
2604, hello sir, Macedonia, climb flight level 370 and proceed direct to...
The quality of the rudders for the T-Flight rudder pedals, I think they're pretty basic, they're very cheap, but they're priced cheap as well in comparison to others. I've heard very good things about things like the Turtle Beach rudder pedals, Honeycomb Charlie rudder pedals as well. Really quite nice by the sounds of it.
So
that person there is who we're racing. He's flying from Gatwick. Actually, it looks like he might just be ahead of us. ever so slightly ahead of us. Tim's got the Turtle Beach pedals, excellent quality. Prolinks is saying
5, proceed direct to Lurus.
he's got the Thrustmaster Pendula rudder pedals and enjoys them. Lucas has got the Turtle Beach pedals today as well, says they're amazing. How much are the Turtle Beach pedals actually from does anybody know from memory?
365, proceed direct to Lurus.
Sorry, direct to Lurus, Beauty 365.
Thank you. 794 Tango, monitor now, Unicom 1 to decimal 8, have a nice flight, sir.
Moving the sector, monitoring your recon, Gemini Air Force 100 Tango, thank you, bye bye.
Bye.
Behind the skies, I'm not sure. I was kind of taking your advice and then just inputting random things until it worked. But beyond that, I'm not very techie, so I'm not sure. But now it works, I daren't touch it. Charles, hello to you. Asking, does anyone know when Xbox might get a replay mode? I'm not sure actually. It's a good question. Really don't know the answer to that one though. Let's see how those two directs have affected our performance. .3. So actually we've burned a little bit more. Sim brief.
Macedonia Raider, Sun Express -9er, approaching top of descent.
Okay, so we're going to be almost a ton above
Descent to flight level 210.
on fuel.
Descending flight level 210, Sun Express
So I'm just going to run the numbers again. We're almost at maximum landing weight. We're going to go for the 65.1 tons potentially.
Austrian 9088,
So,
request taxi.
yeah, 65.1 tons I think is what we're going to go for.
Austrian 9088, taxi via Hotel Alpha 3, backtrack runway 01.
Hotel Alpha 3, backtrack runway 01.
He's zooming along, whoever that is. The race is on. Top of descent coming up there. Look on the nav display finally. £300, woo! For the Turtle Beach pedals, my god. Crikey, that's expensive, isn't it, for a set of rudder pedals? That's Honeycomb Charlie territory. How much are the Honeycomb Charlies? I have to Google that.
Golf Charlie Alpha Romeo Lima.
Mike, welcome. Hugo as well.
Golf Charlie Alpha Romeo Lima, can you just confirm you accept the
Honeycomb Charlie, 319 for the Honeycomb Charlie pedals.
Confirm, we accept the affirm.
Roger, thanks, I'll get back to you.
So the question there would be, Honeycomb or Turtle Beach pedals? Turtle Beach got a nice look to them. I wouldn't pay for the Pendulum Thrustmaster ones. They're too expensive.
458, can you confirm that your next waypoint is Mike Echo Sierra?
He never told us, Ron. It's a cliffhanger. Ergi, we are programmed for the Kodiak 2 Delta arrival, and we're expecting the ILS Zulu runway 24 approach via the Rhodes Romeo Delta Sierra VOR.
3458, Macadamia, hello. So 458, Macadamia.
Alpha 8, go ahead.
RTX4090. What is your next waypoint on your plan?
It's Rhodes and Pivot on my present position.
Right, can you spell again the next waypoint, please?
Next pivot is Rhodes, Echo Tango Romeo Uniform Delta.
Roger.
Ultra 9088, ready for departure.
Ultra 9088, wind 3.
Look at that.
Around with 01, you're clear.
I don't even know what that is, but that looks spectacular. Little mouth of the river there.
Takeoff Ultra 9088.
First time flying to Greece. My favourite region, one of my favourite regions actually. New Zealand's spectacular. Hamilton Island yesterday around there was stunning as well. Japan's nice. Yeah, Greece in Microsoft Flight Simulator is really spectacular. That there is Thessaloniki Airport, which then would bring us down the coast here, Mount Olympia and all the rest of it here, and then further down here we've got we'll have Skiathos, which is in fact that little island there. There's Skiathos. Further on from there, Athens. We've got Chios.
Okay, Roger. We don't have a flight plan for your
further on the horizon.
Apologies, standby for refund.
J1 says, after you've overflown Rhodes City, to the left there are two fairly big hotels next to the beach which are really well modelled by FSDG. I was there for plane spotting, very nice. Certainly out of all the options that we've got for Rhodes, JustSim version 2, sorry, JustSim's version 3 Rhodes scenery, which came out around January time, and then FSDG's Rhodes. I think this one looked the better of the two, which is why I purchased this FSDG one instead. It's, as we said, we've got Rhodes City modelled in with some hotels and things, not just the airport. So I'm looking forward to seeing what all of this is going to look like when we do arrive. And then we'll grab a gin and tonic on the beach. Stayed at a hotel down there. Ooh, where was it? Follow the coast, follow the coast. There's the port. Stayed in a resort literally there. Icos Olivia, I think it's called. A year and a bit ago. Wonderful place. Ollie, you asked earlier on at the beginning of the stream actually, can you fly Arlanda to Orbex Oslo and back when Arlanda releases? I said yes at the time. It's still a yes. A big question would be whether or not they send it to me for the purpose of a live pre-release preview, in which case then it's guaranteed that I'll be flying there. If not, it might take me a few weeks to get round to it. If lots of other sceneries are releasing at the time that we want to preview, or developers want me to preview, then I'll focus on those first. We are neck and neck with him. Did I miss? That's UPS 32908.
Thank you, goodbye.
Ciao.
Macedonia Control, this is Macedonian 876. I would like a radio check, please.
Macedonian 876, Kalispera Macedonia, ability 5.
Not far to go now, folks. We're making good progress. I am worried about the sequencing there. How this guy's pulling ahead, I don't know, because we're doing Mach 80. And that guy's in an Airbus, so he should be flying slower.
9088, climb to flight level 300.
Climbing flight level 300, Austrian 9088.
Yeah, he's in an A320. He's just generally slower than us, so unless he must be literally in V&E, clacking away up here somewhere, doing Mach 82. Desperate to get ahead. Voting Alloy, welcome. Yeah, J1N. saying there, Just Sim may be newer, but the whole island is worth the additional money. Plus, Just Sim, as a name, make fairly average scenery. So I'd be hard pressed to pay you for that scenery again. I'd rather pay and get more for it, like the city modelled in, the hotels around the airport. That's what FSDG offer for Paphos. Not Paphos, I keep saying that, Rhodes. Paphos is in Cyprus. I did that yesterday as well, about 6 times. That headwind now. Sorry, tailwind, 48 knots. Pushing us south.
Serbia 760, Magadoni identified.
Behind the skies, I said a moment ago. I followed your instructions. And then I did the API thing. Beyond that, I can't really explain it any other way. Rab's got an 81 knot tailwind at flight level 270. Right, that's gonna. So as we descend, then the headwind's going to accelerate. We're going to be pushed towards Rhodes a lot quicker then. Oh yeah, flight level 250, 296 degrees at 58 knots in the forecast for descent. Woo! Crikey. Meta LGRP. Winds 250 degrees at 17 knots. Few clouds 1,800. Temperature 20 degrees Celsius, dew point 12, QNH 1010. Yes, behind the skies, that's it. Yeah, the dollar you'll fetch with the website address, then the API key thing. And then it worked. Beyond that, I can't really advise any other way. Because that's kind of, it just worked with that. Not sure how else to explain it. I'm not the most techie of people, so it does kind of make me struggle a little bit. Tim says, can we get a quick reminder please on reloading Microsoft Flight Simulator onto my new PC? There was a quicker way where your community folder was on a separate drive, but it's all going on its own. Internal SSD. I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean the official folders thing? So when I got my new computer, I was told to take my official folder and copy it into an SSD, an external SSD, and then you begin to. So you then start to reinstall via the Xbox app on your new computer, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let it download for about a gigabyte, and at that point pause the download and then press X, and then go into your app data folders and you'll find the community and the official folder created once again on the new computer. Plug your external hard drive back into the new rig, grab your official folder, and then overwrite the one that you just installed on the new computer inside the new version of MSFS, and it will then pull everything across, wait for it to finish, then continue installing Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you'll find that it will zoom all the way towards the end and you'll have saved 100 gigabytes worth of installation. Can you repeat that 3 times fast? Which bit? It was a mouthful, wasn't it? Ah. It speeds it up a lot, Tim, actually, to be honest. David, you know what, it might be a bit of both. It might be a 16 gig of RAM. If you've got the ability to upgrade and get two 16 gig RAM cards to double it to 32 gig, or maybe 2 32 gig cards to make 64 gig, that might help a lot. But then also, if you've got no space on disk, that is going to cause stutters and lag and problems. So 100% there, you might need to look into getting a new hard drive, a bigger hard drive, perhaps for your installation. Go through stuff as well that you might not need. You might find that you've got 100 gigabytes worth of screenshots. I find every couple of months I've got to clear out about 150 gig of screenshots from my computer. You end up taking a hell of a lot in the sim. It does look good. You end up taking many screen grabs. LGRP. So in the live chat then, the new METAR command and the TAF. The TAF won't really help us now. We're closing in on the airfield, but you can see the terminal aerodrome forecast for the rest of the day. Brian, hello. And then also the METAR at Rhodes. With that, we can grab the heading bug, set 1010. The minimums on the approach earlier on, we were looking at the approach plates and briefing for those. It's going to be 300 feet MDA. Barrow as it is in this. So we'll scroll the wheel on the PFD, we're looking for the figure of 300, there we go, and then the altitude elevation, the airport elevation at Rhodes.
088, climb flight level 360.
It's going to be closest, rounded to 0. Ryan, hello buddy, welcome, welcome, I hope you're well. Good afternoon. Very nice, been to Rhodes twice recently. I've not been for years, like as in at least
3458,
maybe almost 20, 15 years-ish. What else? That's airport elevation, VORs are set.
3458, Macadamia.
Minimums, and then the landing weight we're estimating 65.1. $148. Ooh, that's heavy.
So it's at 458, Macadamia.
Come is it 458. Go ahead.
That's at 458, Mondo Unicom 122.8, have a nice landing.
122.8, my bad.
Should get a really nice view of Lindos flying in over the water, Brian. I think it's Lindos, isn't it, with the port and everything that's on the coast for the approach. I think from memory Lindos is the airport, so the city we're flying over, so should look quite good. I think it is part of the FSDG scenery that we've got installed. Jay, it's on then the estimated landing weight in my SimBrief flight plan, but then I've looked at the fuel difference between that and then the estimated fuel at Rhodes, 4.3 tonnes. We're supposed to have 3.3 tonnes, which means we're a tonne over. That big tailwind that we've had all the way down Europe, pushing us towards Rhodes, has saved us a fair bit of fuel. So we're risk landing heavier. So with that, done a quick little calculation. Worked out the difference, added it onto the landing weight that we had planned as estimated in SimBrief. Mac decimal 80, BD365.
Thank you.
Macedonia, America, good afternoon, EG32, Alpha Victor with your flight level 3.
Living on a player, as I said in the last stream, there are just so many parts of the world I'd love to get to see. Would love to tour Europe. Lupson had stutters on 4090 with the Phoenix, but I found out that was a problem only with FSU IPC, yes. Yeah, FSU IPC 7 is quite stutty. That's a good shout actually for David. Check to make sure you got the latest. Make sure you got yourself the latest FSU IPC. Oh, Lindos is the other end of the island, Brian, thanks. Yeah, so Rhodes City in the Old Town is what we're going to see. And we are getting close now. What did I say our landing weight was going to be actually? 65.1. I'm going to put that in now as an estimate. We'll set flap 30 That looks like potentially, we just refresh this. It actually looks like we're going to be lighter than what we predicted here anyway.
Is it 3-2 Alpha Victor? For some reason I still see you with the old scope. Can you make me a favor and set another one? 7250 this time.
Still neck and neck with him. You see that little contrail? And British Airways flight out of Gatwick. Monsieur Wolf.
Victor, you are now identified.
Doing 340 knots. These waypoints taking ages to get to. Yeah, it doesn't happen fast. Some of the waypoints can be hundreds of miles apart.
Would request direct if possible to consult Kilo Oscar November Oscar.
That's quite a cool little boat trip actually, Brian. I would never have thought about doing stuff like that.
Is it 3-2 Alpha Victor? I can issue a direct up to...
My problem on holidays, I end up wanting to explore and do loads of things, but when I get there, certainly if it's a beach related holiday, I find that I just go, oh, with work being so stressful and hard at work anyway, very tough physically demanding job, I get onto the beach, kick the flip flops off, and I just want to sit there with the gin and tonic for 2 weeks, which is not great, but if I go home relaxed, that's only a good thing. Be 6 months from now actually, will be April, no, 5 months from now, I'm going to be heading off to Mauritius once again. One of my favourite places in the world. Really looking forward to that holiday. Still haven't paid me on the deposit. We've got so much money to pay off for that holiday. It's unreal. But it's, yeah, looking forward to it. A break well deserved and well earned, I think. I don't know how we're going to pay for it though. Oh dear. Brian says you should be able to see the military airfield on the other side of the hills close to the main airport. I think we're overflying it actually on this approach, Brian. Yeah, actually we're passing over it. So it'll be on the left as we go past. Brian, nice. Proper jet setter. Off to the Algarve next month as well. So we just headed over Skiros. Off on the left. Probably a little bit better here. That's Chios. We were going to fly over that.
604 report Mach number.
Because that was our route, but we've been given a big old direct 2 across the Ionian Sea. Oh, Ian, fantastic. Where are you going? Japan, Japan, Japan.
KFN 2604 Macedonia.
Roger that, sorry, 2604.
KFN 2604, report Mach number.
Mach decimal 78, Griffin 2604.
Thank you.
Yeah, I went to Thessaloniki, Graham, during the pandemic, as kind of the travel restrictions in the UK were lifting and becoming more relaxed. We were supposed to go to Japan. They were still completely locked down. We managed to change that holiday with British Airways to a holiday to Thessaloniki, which was lovely, really nice. It was weird walking around parts of the hotel though, wearing masks and things like that. Very odd, very surreal being on holiday, but then thinking, right, I've got to wear my face mask. And certain parts of the hotel it wasn't mandatory, but then in your head it had been wired in for about 2 years. Wear your face mask, wear your face mask, wear your face mask. So it was a bit weird. It was a bit weird, but a lovely holiday. And then of course we were meant to go to Japan this year in September. They still hadn't opened up for tourists, so we had to cancel that again, sadly. 2 years in a row that holiday had been cancelled. Oof. Ian's off to Copenhagen for a few days, then taking a train to Stockholm for a nice little city break trip. Nice few days there as well. Then an overnight ferry to Helsinki with a few days. Then flying back. Wow, that's a mega Scandinavian tour. That's going to be fantastic, Ian. Brian's heading the same direction next March for a non-beach holiday to northern Norway. It's going to be a very chilly beach. Get your pins out on the beach there. Won't be like the Algarve, Brian, that's for sure.
Foster 9088, monitor Unicom, longitude decimal 8, have a nice night, sir.
Monitoring Unicom, thank you for your nice service. Have a nice afternoon. Bye-bye, Austrian 908.
You too, sir. Ciao.
Yeah, it's become really popular, Ian, hasn't it? That's the problem. And also with the restrictions, people are desperate to go there. Through COVID, it's kind of, they've sowed this wonderful seed of it being a nice destination to go and explore. Jacob, I've got an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X. And I've got two 32 gig DDR5 cards clocked at 5200 MHz. It's given us a total of 64 gig of RAM. The 4090 GPU that I've got though, it's a big one. It's got 24 gig of VRAM. There are a couple of different options, but I went big, and I found that has been a really good decision. Adam, hello, welcome. Going well, thanks. You're joining us just prior to top of descent, actually. So we've pulled the weather data in. We've briefed the approach. For those of you who might have missed that earlier on, actually, it's probably a good time to do it just before we do reach top of descent. So there's our current location. Passed over Skidos. Heading over towards Mykonos, which is there. So big old direct 2, cutting us down to Lurus, and then we'll be flying in over Kos. Codec for the arrival into Rhodes. We're expecting the Codec 2 Delta arrival, which is going to bring us in over Codec, and then descending down over the Rhodos VOR, so passing over the airfield, or just to the west of the airfield, sorry, by a couple of miles, to Rhodos RDS. And there's two Rhodos VORs, which is quite confusing. They're both called Rhodos. One's Papa Alpha Romeo, one of his Romeo Delta Sierra. So we're flying on the Codec 2 Delta to the Romeo Delta Sierra Rhodos VOR 115.8. From there, configuring for the ILS Zulu runway 24. There's a hold there if it's busy. We may or may not have to use that. We'll see how it goes. There is an aircraft to the east of us that we're monitoring at the moment on TCAS, equidistant from us. Looked to be speed matched as well. But yeah, Rhodos 062 degrees down to 3,000 feet, 10 DME, and then at 15 DME, 2,500 feet for the turn, max 185 knots, bank angle at 22 degrees, round to heading at 245 degrees, heading in over the old town. And Rhodes town itself, before then flying the ILS. Missed approach is climbing straight ahead to 12 DME Papa Alpha Romeo VOR. At that point, max 15 degree bank angle, round back on ourselves to intercept the the inbound radial of 101 degrees back towards the Rhodos to join the hold, and then give it another go. There's the minimums. Category C aircraft, 300 feet. Or 282 above ground level on the rad out, if you're using that instead. And it's a 3 degree descent angle, glide path angle there.
2604.
There's the airport elevation, which is why we've set 0. And the transition we've set at 7,000. We've also done performance calculations for the landing on 2-4, being a bit heavy. We're going to go for auto brake 2 and reverse thrust, hoping to vacate on this higher speed exit at Delta. Then we're going to go out on Foxtrot to park somewhere at the front of the terminal, and we'll then trigger the GSX profile to see what that's like with this scenery. Rab says he had a 22 knot crosswind and headwind on finals. Sounds quite choppy. It's hilly as well, so you could get wind chopping over the hills, becoming quite turbulent. Wind shear could be a factor on approach as well, that sort of thing, depending on where it's coming from. And the reference, our approach is going to look like that for 2-4. Moderate to severe turbulence and wind shear may be encountered when winds are from the south or southeast above 15 knots. And they are. No, actually, hold on. They're coming from the southwest, actually, 17 knots. So, should be okay. A little bit of weather data there on the Jefferson charts. We want that one ready though for us. Lupson, if you've got a 7900X, then you really don't need to worry about the 7950X3D. It's just money thrown away for small performance difference. I would stick, I'll just wait. What did you think of Liege, Adam says? Wind it back, have a little look. It didn't blow me away, and there were some glaring negative points that we mentioned as well, with some of the textures, the night emissives and everything else as well, that are really lacking. It's got one aircraft there.
PMDG 365, maintain Mach 0.80 until your descent, and you're free to switch to Uniform on the 0.8.
Wilco, we're 20 miles from top of descent now anyway. We'll maintain Mach 0.80 until then, and Unicom onwards for Beauty 365. Thank you, have a good night.
You too, sir, ciao.
Yeah, Liege, quite nice on the main side of the airport. The terminal building was quite nice. The textures around the apron really quite nice as well, and some of the work done on the cargo facilities at the airport as well looked quite nice too. But again, we noticed some real problems with some of these sceneries. Do you have now SMT? What's SMT? Big old islands. Mykonos should be here somewhere. It's literally on top of us now. Let's have a look. Quick spin around. Hyper threading. I wouldn't know how to turn that on actually. Is it a setting or not? This is always such a stunning part of the world to fly around in the sim. I'd like to think they'd already turned it on, Lupson, when PC Specialist built the PC, to be honest. But I wouldn't even know where to look to check. What we need to do is, where are we, closing in on top of descent now. Let's get this set. Cool, down we go. Quick recalculation of a waypoint there. It's actually triggered top of descent now. But we do cover 20 miles very quickly in this with the tailwind. Wow, pro links. Rab, nice. Hopefully you stopped New Sky. Bit late for me to remind you of that now, though. Look at those contrails. Fantastic. No pro links. Just it's more about how active you are in the chat, I think, over time. Right, nice. You know what? Still to this day, I've never flown in a 737. But it's great to fly in the sim. 1,000 feet below at the moment, that's fine. .2 actually, we might be bang on this then. We calculated 65.1, didn't we? So it's going to be around there. So our V speed should be okay, which will give us one flat 30, 148, or 153 for our approach speed. We've got about 25 minutes to landing now, I think. At the most. Yeah, to be fair, I probably wouldn't start fiddling around with those kind of core settings, as Lupson's saying there. Certainly those of you who followed the channel for a while know I tend to break things when I start doing stuff like that as well, and then it gets messy very quickly. But at the moment I'm running with DirectX 12, TAA switched on, so I'm not using DLSS, it's still rubbish. So DirectX 12, TAA, and frame generation switched on, and that's pretty much giving me 62 frames per second locked most of the time. Even in some instances that are really like mind-bogglingly surprising, like Inibuild's JFK the other day, we were almost touching 60 frames in 4K with this RTX4090, which is incredible. I upload a couple of final screen grabs to Volanta. As always, the server says no. There's the that other aircraft. We've actually managed to just get ahead of him. The cabin announcements again, as always, for the safety demonstration as we taxi it out of Liège. You want to go to the Liege Air tool, lukeairtool.net, all one word, or on flightsim.to, search Liege Air tool, all one word, and you'll find the link there as well. And it's free. Not sure if we have any after landing. Let's have a little.
Lady.
No. No. So yeah, that's the only announcement we had anyway. So I might as well just close Liege Air till then. It's lacking in some airlines. That's the island of Kos, I believe. In fact, it is. LGKO is in the middle somewhere. There it is. There's Kos Airport, which I think is there's a payware scenery for it, isn't there? I forget who's created it. Is it Orbex or Any Builds? Someone's created a Kos airport scenery anyway. I'm sure I've got it installed. I may or may not have it installed, I can't remember. Gaia Simulation Swamp, there you go, thank you, thank you. Lucini. How are we doing on the cabin pressure? Looking good. Let's pop the seatbelt signs on. What I might do is just maintain 280 knots for now, just to try and help the guy behind. Is gaining. Was he gaining? He's about 10 miles behind. Hopefully he doesn't catch us. He should have us on TCAS though. So he should be on it as well. Separation wise should be forefront of his mind. Keeping good separation with us. Thank you to everybody who's hit the like button so far today. 86 likes I can see. Appreciate every one of those. Let's flick the VORs on as well. So we've got Rhodes 1086. Let's check the data. Yeah, 1086 Paritsa. Not active yet. Rhodes is the more powerful one of the two by the looks of it. That's good. That's the one we want to track the most anyway. 50 miles to go for that one. 88 Epic Prolinks. Thanks. Rab says he's 50 knots faster. What a madness. He's in an A320. And we got a 30 knot headwind. Tailwind. 60 knots is no mean feat. And our first glimpse of Rhodes. There it is, the island. The airport is pretty much this little bit of land here. You've got these two little bumps of a hill. That little bit of land there is where the airport is, I think, from memory. And our approach is going to take us out a little bit over the water and then over past the old town here, over the bay. It'll be quite nice. Very exciting. There's a question for you then. Is it a Finnair livery or is it a Vildaro livery? Very nice. Look at that. Aviation? No, not in this. In the Airbus you do. But in this it's following your flap extension and things like that. Nice TUI landing. I think they departed just ahead of us, Rab, actually, so that's one of ours out of Liege. Was it TUI 458? Might have been. Which might have been MPS Gaming, actually. Recognise the 458 call sign. 140, still descending. There's all of our fix rings and all the other data and everything else. And interestingly enough, our centre tank fuel quantity has gone up a little bit. How, I don't know, but it has. I'll leave it off for now, I'm not going to faff. Certainly on final approach we don't want a master caution fuel. Ah, he's just DM'd me. Digress traffic, Beauty 365 is inbound over Kodik for the Kodik 2 Delta arrival, expecting ILS Zulu runway 24 via the Romeo Delta Sierra VOR QNH 1010 will report passing the VOR for the downwind. Digress traffic. Get me charts up. That's fine, that's 1158. 06225 for that. Let's go 25 now. There's the airport. We can see there as well, he's put some, well, FSDG, have put some oil refineries and stuff there as well. Lights, signs, real cool, pressurization, final check. Sat in the aeroplane. That would be your view at the moment, looking out the window. We can get that view, hold on. Ah, fat fingers, there we go. NG123, this is FSDG's Rhodes scenery. It includes the old town as well and Rhodes city, Rhodes town off in the distance, so it's not just the airport. There's an aircraft just departed actually over the fields. I'm going to put flaps 2 in here. Flaps 5 is going to be good actually for 250 knots as well, so I'm going to use a bit of spoiler just to help slow the jet down. Want 1500 foot per minute. Needs to be a bit more proactive with the deceleration here because I've tried to keep our separation good for the guy behind, but I need him to slow down more. Flap 5. Down here. ILS. There's the military base, also part of the scenery, and there is the Diagras International for Rhodes. Off in the distance, Rhodes Old Town. Look at that. A couple of hotels as well, all included in the scenery. Diagras traffic, Beauty 365 is over the Romeo Delta Sierra. VOR on the downwind for runway 24, report establishing for the ILS.
Rhodes traffic, Griffin 260 for 3 miles from Rhodes, leaving Rhodes to the Alps, runway 22, whatever it is.
Get rid of the music, especially that tune, terrible. What have we got? So let's go here. Choppy wind, look at that. Currently showing a crosswind across the airfield actually, if this translates to what it's like on approach. IDRS 245, nav 1 and 2 both active on the ILS frequencies, both tuned, set correct. We're going to do a quick VREF check. And we're showing 65.0 tons, which is actually fine. That's the same value, 148 for the approach speed. We'll take that. Spoilers out. What we got here?
And Rhodes traffic, English 58 Delta, passing 2000 feet, runway clear.
Can't really get any closer to that without going here. Got the drone camera ready as well for the approach. Got a lot to focus on here, so. (190) speed brake arms. Mission mode continuous. Lights, signs, final checks, master caution. Very choppy. Lazarus Kalispera. Lap 10. Heading mode engaged. 2,500 set for the ILS. We're going to bring that down now to 800 foot per minute rate of descent. And there's the town. Lovely. FSDG Andrew B. FSDG. You can get it via Aerosoft. I'm curious. I can't see him. Actually, no, I can there. Flight him. It's estimated landing weight in your sim brief flight plan. But then, as you're flying along before top of descent, look at the waypoint you're crossing and the fuel difference between the estimate fuel and the current fuel, and then add that to the estimate landing weight, and then you should be able to then work out roughly where you're going to be at. That's the easiest way to do it. Bank angle 22, so we're going to go for 20 degrees. Max 185 knots in the turn. I'm going to help him out. I'm going to begin the turn early. .245, 275 for 30 degree intercept. We'll see what that gives us. We'll bring it down to a 15 degree angular bank just to assess. We might need a bit more. There we are. Good stuff, Rab. Thank you, buddy. So we should roll out there, 30 degrees for the intercept. Hold on a second. Can't see him. Continue. IRDS 4103 180. Hopefully he just extends his downwind a little bit. Establishing. Here we go. Single channel, dual channel. I'll say dual channel, single channel, all CMD A and B engaged rather. 245 set. Daggerous traffic, Beauty 365 is established 12 miles ILS, runway 24.
Rhodes traffic, Griffin 260 forward turning base, ILS 24 and Rhodes traffic.
Fixed wings have been really handy here.
315 downwind, due for.
Get out flat 15. Actually, you know what I want to do. So what they've done is they've modelled parts of the scenery here as well. You can see the old town with the walls below us. Crossing over those. We've got a bit of a crosswind for us actually here. So they've done these little sections of the airport too. There's a little windmill there, look, on the pier. And we're on the glide. So climb to 6,000 for the missed approach. 60 till 4. which actually is coming up now. So I'm going to just let it decelerate to 153 for final approach speeds. Flap 30. And very shortly we will be in Rhodes. Little view on the right, on the left first, and we look at the right as well. We just got water. Water looks lovely as well, doesn't it, to be fair? A couple of hotels. There's some of the hotels along the coastline, look. In fact, that would be great.
Griffin 260,
Look at that.
established, about 10 miles.
How cool is that? All part of the scenery. So Just Sim's version does not have that. This is the FSDG scenery. Auto thrust off my throttles. Control visualizer armed. And auto brake. Sorry, autopilot off. Auto brake is set to 2, and we are landing flap 30. Landing gears down 3 green. Ignition's already set. Final check of the master caution system. We've got a about 7 knot crosswind right to left and a bit of a headwind, but that is veering into a full crosswind at times. At 737 saying in the chat there, the orange hotel on the left is what he stayed in. Epic. Staring at the PFD. 500. But to be fair, it's lovely, so we might as well just not even bother with the PFD. We'll just look at the 23 knot headwind now. It's very variable. It's throwing us all over the place. We'll just look at the aiming point.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
200. 100. 50. 30, 20, 10.
Oh yeah. We'll do reverse both. See how we can vacate to help the guy out behind. Hopefully we can get up at Delta, stick forwards. And then just as we're rolling out, I'll get on the left for you guys, our touchdown. 90 knots. 76, 60. My brakes, ooh, that's a bit firm for a change. We'll get rid of the brakes now, exiting at 50 knots on the high speed exit, no more than that. Digress traffic, Beauty 365 is vacating at Delta.
Road traffic, Griffin 260 for 3 mile final, runway 24 right.
That worked out fantastic timings, didn't it? So, round we go. Yeah, touchdown zone then. Right in the middle. Just after the aiming point. I was actually really chuffed with that. Very happy with that. 104 foot per minute. Hopefully it's not too smooth though, because I will actually lose points for a landing too smooth in New Sky. Because they will say that it's inaccurate and not good for the aeroplane to land soft. Traffic mode off. Down here. We'll put transponder onto standby. Flaps almost up. Welcome to Rhodes Diagras International, folks. Jay saying, with the winds, what changes might you need to make for your speeds and flaps? So flaps, it depends on your aircraft weight and performance really, and the length of the runway and everything else. that will more so dictate the flap setting than anything else. However, your speeds, if you find that you've got really crazy winds, crosswinds, very variable weather, where it could then veer back away from your headwind, you could then lose airspeed quite rapidly. So you might then, instead of landing with an approach speed +5 or landing speed +5 for your approach speed, you might select +10 instead. Nice landing for the Speedbird. Put that on auto. Probes off. It's because we've just fiddled around with the APU. Ah, the cheeky bugger. He's exiting the runway, so he's actually got right of way. I don't know what stands are free. Maybe we can spot actually from here. $2B or 5. Depends where he's going to go. Then we'll do 2B. No, they're all VATSIM. There's a static. Something there that's just been sort of left to rust on its nose. I'm not sure if... The Ryanair looks like a static actually. Yeah, that is a static. And Aegean... Hold on a second. And the TUI. Yeah. Bloody statics. Developers and statics. Don't get it. Oh yeah, let's go OA. Olympic. Oh yeah. Yeah, so he's just gone inside of the Aegean model. Really nice scenery though, look at this.
Traffic 833-1524, short fine.
Amazing textures. I wonder how we could get rid of these statics. There must be a way. Oh wait, turn off lights. Oh sorry, no, taxi lights off rather. Doc. Relics, have a good day. I think that's Hergy, isn't it? Landing. Yeah, I'm not sure how we would turn the statics off on this though, Rab, being an FSDG scenery. I'm not sure if we can. I just want to make sure I wasn't rolling anywhere. Very nice. Okay, let's park. Marshal is guarding us in. We've got walk-in gates here, so we should see the passengers actually go up. Into the terminal, which would be quite exciting. The installer allows you to switch off statics, High Flyer says. Is that in FSDG? I didn't know that. Interesting. I mean, to have to dig around on that then and work that out. Is that the seasonal program, High Flyer, that's included in the pack?
Rhodes traffic Air Serbia 760, 6 mile finals, runway.
It's VATSIM. Bar brake set. FS actions, ground services, chocks, sets, anti-collision lights can come off. Pretty much most days, Rabbi. Request disembarkation, and then on New Sky, window capture should be on your screens. Let's close the flight. We'll see what we get for the score. Oh, 9.94 off centerline takeoff. Wow.
Short finals 24.
Lovely though. Balance 24,100. Lovely. What have we got here? Where is he? Yeah, 9.94, I'll take it. That's pretty, I'm happy with that. That's decent. $24,100 profit for Osprey Airways as well. Great touchdown, 1.11G. Nice, Brian. Yeah, the Gangnam style dance, right? Oh yeah, that's a nasty static. Look at that. Rubbish. Oh, I do want to try and turn that off. Even that, look at that. 1044, well, no, 144p. Here he comes. Whoa, that was smooth. That was a nice landing. Very good. Yeah, apron textures look pretty good here. And we look back here at the aircraft, we can see all of the punters getting off, heading back into, well, the start of their holidays. Heading up the ramp as well in the distance, look. So this is where a custom GSX profile really makes it pop. Look at that, they're going all the way into the door with custom waypoints. And Olympic Air Handling doing the rest.
Clear 24 Serbia 760.
So there we go. Simulations new Liege to Rhodes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Liege quite nice, but there are issues, bits that have kind of been left lacking in quite a few places, to be fair. But the FSDG Rhodes here that we're exploring looks really quite nice, even though the statics are in the way a little bit, ruining it somewhat. But I hope you guys have enjoyed the last couple of hours. Thank you to all of you guys that have hit the like and the subscribe buttons. Welcome to you if you have joined us as a new subscriber, or indeed a new member today as well. Thank you to Gav for dropping some gifted memberships out there earlier on in the stream. Thank you as well to Shudok for your tip, and Peter Wegner for your super chat earlier on in the day. Captain Sam, it's been created by Steve Drawer. It's available on flightsim.to, and the FSDG Rhodes available via Aerosoft. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, folks, ahead of us. Over the next few days I'm going to be having a little think before the ATR appears what to do for that. We're very likely to be flying around Greece once again, maybe Thessaloniki to Chios in the ATR when that does release in a few days. So the next stream will either be Tuesday or Wednesday. Look at that, beautiful scenery by FSDG. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for flying along and watching live. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you next week for some more Microsoft Flight Simulator live streams in 4K for me and 2K 60 frames per second for you. Take care. See you soon.